As this is a meeting of two committees and is therefore a joint committee, you have to elect a chair tonight for the meeting. My understanding is that the respective chairs of the two committees have had a discussion, and as you can see, the assumption is that you will wish to elect Councillor Fenton to chair this meeting as the chair of the, if you like, convening committee, because the original discussion was had at Corporate Scrutiny Committee relating to this agenda item. So can I assume that you're happy for Councillor Fenton to be in the chair? Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dawn, and thank you, members. Welcome to this joint meeting of Corporate Services, Climate Change and Scrutiny Management and Audit and Governance. I've received apologies from Councillor Fisher, and I'd like to welcome in particular Mr. Binney, who I understand is the new independent person who's a member of Audit and Governance Committee. So this is quite a novel introduction for you, but hopefully one that you'll find of interest. I'll start by asking for any declarations of interest from members. No, thank you very much. The next item is public participation. We have two registered speakers, one joining us remotely via Zoom and one speaking in person. So I will begin by asking Flick Williams if you can hear us, Flick.
Yes, good evening.
Hello. So you know the arrangements. You'll have 3 minutes. I won't give you a 30-second warning. So please do start in your own time.
Elected members, whilst the constitution for the new combined authority is clearly still a work in progress, albeit now up against a fast approaching deadline, I speak today to make the case for ensuring that members of the public are guaranteed access to meetings and granted speaking rights. Encouraging public participation should be the goal of every democratic body. It is a vital part of democracy because whilst some choose to limit their involvement to electing their representatives every 4 years, many others wish to be more involved. Not everyone is in a position to undertake standing for elected office, yet still have much to contribute. Indeed, members of the public can offer unique perspectives as to the effects of strategies, policies, decisions and service delivery from both professional knowledge and lived experience that are beyond the experience and knowledge of both elected representatives and officers. A body that genuinely believes in democratic principles should value the involvement of citizens and see it as a measure of success in hearing multiple voices and viewpoints, as opposed to taking a top-down, we know best approach. Indeed, I remember before austerity bit and local authorities started to become systemically starved of funds, democratic services had active programmes of encouraging attendance and speaking at meetings. York City Council still stands head and shoulders above other local authorities in enabling public participation, including remotely, which enables the participation of many who could otherwise not. I am grateful for it. Furthermore, the live broadcasting of meetings and the ability to watch later on YouTube is a vital tool in promoting transparency and provides a record far more accessible to many than reams of written minutes. Any requirement to produce a written speech in full in advance must be resisted. Not only is it not inclusive practice, it is anti-democratic and could be used to restrict freedom of speech. How many public participants have we all watched who speak without notes from the heart on issues that affect them personally? As a long-time student of politics, I support the principle of subsidiarity. Put simply, the idea that all decisions are made at the appropriate level of governance. My take on the new combined authority is that many are going along with it, somewhat reluctantly, on the basis of the promise of large pots of cash dangled before us. I'm sceptical about the effectiveness of both the combined authority given the geography and a mayor elected under first past the post with the political divisiveness of an effective choice between a red or a blue candidate. My fear is that citizens will become further removed from the decision-making process in Northallerton on very local issues. I ask members to do all you can to ensure our good practice of including the public is enshrined in the new constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Flick, and for your comments, and I'm sure those will be picked up in the discussion that we're about to have. So thank you very much. If I can now invite Gwen Swinburne to come to the table for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'd really prefer 2 hours, but that's members, I expected the monitoring officer to write a covering report explaining the particularly problematic for York elements of this draft constitution and the significant changes and deletions from the last version. Nevertheless, at a minimum, please do not allow the following to stand. It's a list, I'm afraid. The ANG committee of that authority must be given their proper roles, including oversight of every amendment to the Constitution. As of now, the Chief Executive and Mayor or Cabinet only decide. This is a governance outrage and a real unnecessary risk. Secondly, there are further areas where their ANG committee has been excluded. For example, 1, not having authority to evaluate the operation of the Constitution. 2, not having authority to review the critically important scheme of delegations. 3, the ANG committee is repeatedly put in impossible positions, including but not limited to its functions on audit oversight of the police and fire authorities. Next, as a citizen, I strongly object to any independent person being given any voting rights at all. Why in that ANG are 4 able to vote, yet they cannot be held to account? Next, you are told that the combined authorities offices will be in Northallerton, despite York being more central and the main city. Where was that agreed? The only place where physical statutory notices will be posted is up there in an office 2/3 of a mile from a small market town. We are being taken for fools if you let this stand. Next, to further marginalise residents and members, thanks Flick, upon trying to register to speak at the inaugural meeting next Monday, I was told there was no provision for speakers. This is truly shocking. How can you allow that? In fact, on inspecting the Constitution, there are 0 possibilities for any proactive engagement, not even petitions, by almost all of you councillors and none of us. How can you let that stand? Next, on specifics, 1, why is the Statutory Finance Officer expected to oversee FOI and whistleblower policy? Surely that's a monitoring officer task. Secondly, all the meetings need to be webcast and retained for 6 years minimum, not 6 months as listed, nearly there. Members, unless you insist on your concerns being minuted urgently and sent as a supplementary item to the combined authority meeting in a week, this is all for naught. I look to the statutory officers and administration for placing you and us in this invidious position. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I could have been a...
No, thank you. Thank you very much. And again, I'm sure many of the issues raised will be picked up in the discussion we're about to have. Thank you very much. Okay, so we now move on to the main item for discussion, which is the draft combined authority constitution. Just by way of background for audit and governance members, it was at a meeting of CSMC in December. We received a copy and this had limited opportunity to discuss a copy of a previous draft of this document. We resolved at that meeting that we would like to have a review of the document jointly with audit and governance members before the document is tabled for discussion and agreement at the inaugural meeting of the combined authority, which will take place a week today on the 22nd of January. So this is our opportunity to have that discussion and to make recommendations. The leader, Councillor Douglas, is here to listen to our conversation and to obviously to then be informed by the discussion and the recommendations we come up with. I'll invite Suzanne Harrington to give a brief introduction shortly. In terms of how I propose we organise the discussion, there's a lot of material here. We have to be realistic about what we can achieve in the time we've got. So we will go through the document as methodically as we can. I'll invite members to raise any issues that they believe need to be amended, or they would like to see amended in the version of the constitution that is approved next week. There may be issues raised that are perhaps more longer term items for discussion, and which realistically be very difficult for us to discuss and come to a position on within the scope of the time we have available today. So I think the priority has to be to identify our list of key recommendations that we would like to pass on to the leader for her to make that case at the meeting next week, but separately keep a log of other issues that we do want to return to as and when opportunities are afforded to us. So that's how I would propose we approach this. So we will go through page by page. I'll invite members to indicate if there's an issue, either one that has been mentioned by the public speakers or something else that they've spotted that they do feel on which we need to make a recommendation for change. Once that case has been made succinctly, I will invite other members to members if they need any clarification on what's being proposed. I don't propose that we have a debate on every proposed change unless a member feels very strongly that what is being proposed they do not agree with. So what I would then look to do is seek an indication from members as to whether they are content for that recommendation to be agreed, and we'll compile a list of those. We'll try that, see how we go. We'll take a break at 7 o'clock, regardless of where we're at. I know some members will have to leave during the course of the evening for parish council meetings and other commitments, and entirely understand that. So at that point, I'll just pause and invite Suzanne Harrington, who is the interim monitoring officer for the York and North Yorkshire Combined Authority, just to give us a brief context. Suzanne, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. Yes, I should explain that I am the interim monitoring officer until next Thursday, and then my colleague Rachel will be taking over with support from Barry Khan. So just so you know. Yes, so we met in December, and somewhat understandably members were concerned that there was a large document. They hadn't had a lot of chance to look at it. It wasn't the final iteration, so there was concern about going through a lengthy document that might be changed quite significantly. And it was agreed that we would come back in the new year, that we would circulate the document in time for members to have hopefully have an opportunity to look through it. So the document you have before you is the final draft. It is still a draft. It has to be approved at the inaugural meeting, which is next Monday. And of course, the combined authority representatives at that meeting can choose to amend the constitution if they wish to do so. It is, I would confirm, we discussed this last time, but obviously not everybody was there. It is an ongoing iterative process because there is significant change will need to be made to the document post-May after the election of the mayor and then the transfer of the police and crime commissioner functions and the fire and rescue authority functions coming to the authority on the 7th of May, I think it is. It's so many days after the election. So at that point, the combined authority changes quite significantly as it takes on those additional roles. And at the moment, Rachel, and more so than I, but have been wrestling with how we can incorporate how those functions are going to operate within a combined authority structure. And we did initially think about just literally a shift and lift of various parts of their constitution. But when we read them, we were ending up with duplication and differences around things like contract procedure rules, procurement procedure rules, financial regulations, and we didn't think it was wise to have an organisation with two sets of rules around those things. So there is a need to dovetail those in and look at the two to see how they're going to operate. And obviously, the Police and Crime Commissioner's Office and functions and the Fire and Rescue Authority offices and functions are quite different to a local authority. So they've got some quite different ways of working that we need to make sure in governance terms are reflected in this document. So there will be further changes to come. What we needed though, because the order was made by government in December and we'd set a date for the 1st of February for the local enterprise partnership staff to transfer into the organisation, we needed a document at the meeting on the 22nd of January that enabled the combined authority legally to function. Because like every other local authority, I'm going back to basics now, local authorities are creatures of statute, and they have to have a governance document which sets out how they will operate. Unlike businesses, not all businesses have constitutions. It's just the gift of the local authorities. So we needed a document that set out all the basic principles, set up the committees, set up the procedure rules, the scheme of delegation to enable the organisation to function as of technically the 23rd, well, 22nd, I suppose you could say, immediately after the meeting, but more likely the 1st of February when the staff transfer through to the election. Always understanding that there would need to be a lot of changes. The other thing I'd ask members to bear in mind is this is a new type of organisation. It is substantially different to a unitary or a district or a county or a Metropolitan Council. It's a rather different function. It is a local authority, but it is a different type of local authority. And to some extent, they're all rather unique because they cover different geographies, have different numbers of members. So Manchester has 10 participating authorities, West Yorkshire have 5 and additional, and this is 2. So I think there's something around understanding that over the coming months, yourselves and North Yorkshire will need to sort of feel your way through this a little bit, understand how it works for you. It is within the gift of the combined authority to amend its constitution within the law and change how it operates. And I don't get any sense from conversations I've had with any officers or members that anybody's resistant to keeping the matter under review to make sure that it works for both organisations. So that's where we've got to. As the chair's explained, there is a meeting on Monday to adopt the constitution and various other governance legal decisions to be taken on Monday. As I say, thereafter, it isn't a document we're just going to literally shove in a drawer and ignore. It will be one that will monitor against how we're operating and see whether it works and look to change as and when we need. Always understanding there will be a whole-scale change prior to May, ready for the incoming new functions and the elected mayor. So that's where we've got to. Happy to try and address concerns from members, pick up points, you know, in advance of the meeting on Monday and feedback the concerns.
Thank you, Suzanne. I'll jump in. Yeah.
I think perhaps just to clarify something that's been mentioned already a couple of times this evening, it is the case that as things stand, the registered office for the combined authority is presently listed as County Hall in Northallerton. That's because it has to have a registered office somewhere. And at the moment, its democratic functions are being dealt with through an SLA with North Yorkshire Council. So at the moment, that's where it's registered. That doesn't mean that that's where it will always be registered, but it needs to be registered somewhere in the first instance. So the decision as to where the combined authority is hosted has not yet been taken. And I think members need to be clear on that. We're conscious that obviously there's a natural base for it in Northallerton, there's one for it in York, there's one for it in Harrogate, which is where some of the police and fire staff are based. So no decision has yet been taken as to the ultimate location for the combined authority.
Thank you very much. And so that answers one question, but there may be others that we pick up on. Okay, are members ready to dive in to the Constitution? Where I refer to page numbers, I'll be referring to the page number at the top of the page. I hope that doesn't completely destroy anyone's. But if you can say you can refer to a page number at the bottom of the page as long as you also refer to the page number at the top of the page. Sorry. But or paragraph number, and then that will hopefully we'll navigate our way through as best we can. Okay, so I'm going to start with top of the page 15. if members, just put your hand up, shout at me if anybody has any issues on that page that they wish to raise. If not, page 16. Sorry. Okay. I hadn't thought we would need to go through the index, but Councillor Merritt, and can I ask everybody, this is a large room, there are a lot of us here, please shout and have your microphone as close to you as possible.
Yes, sorry, I just wanted to ask some clarifications because of the changes that have taken place between the earlier version and this. And there were two that came out of comparing the indices. And that was that in the original version, there was going to be a committee on part 1, section 2, para 2.2 on page 10, and part 2A, para 5 lists this as a CA function, but the previous section 2D in the index outlining this function has disappeared. So I just wondered how education, skills and training are to be covered, because there's very little reference elsewhere in the document to them.
Suzanne, you can decide which one of you wants to answer.
I think the answer to that, Chair, is that at this moment, education and skills functions haven't yet transferred into the combined authority, and therefore, at this moment, there's no need to make provision for them in the Constitution. At the point at which they are transferred in, again, through this iterative process, the Constitution will have to be amended again to include provisions that relate to them.
Right, okay, thank you. The second one is the index also referred to a section covering strategic spatial planning, and that's gone as well.
Yeah, it's not part of the combined authority functions under the order that's come out.
Yes, I suspected that, yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you for those clarifications. We're on top of the page 16.
Can I raise that's part 1.1, para 1.13, page 10 at the bottom.
Okay.
1.13, yeah. Deputy Mayor for Policing and Crime. The clause refers to exercising police and crime or fire and rescue functions. First of all, that should be an and or. And secondly, why does is the title set in law, or why doesn't it refer to the fire and rescue issues that the deputy mayor elsewhere in the document appears to have the function for?
It could be an and or. It is within the gift of the mayor to appoint one or more deputies. And the expectation is they would probably appoint two, one for fire and one for police. But it would still be the deputy mayor for policing and crime. That seems to be the terminology that's used. But yeah, it could be an and or, because they could appoint one to do both functions. Additionally, they could appoint two. And as I say, what tends to have happened in other places is they've appointed two.
Councillor Mason, do you want to come in on that?
Just to get something else off the list that I thought I'd read somewhere, and my mind's a bit boggled from reading all of this, but I'd read somewhere that the fire authority functions could be put into the hands of a committee under the combined authority, and it was the mayor's choice to decide either a deputy or a committee. Is that right?
I've not seen anything that suggests a committee. Okay. The functions come across and they are transferred to the mayor as opposed to the combined authority. I'm trying to think whether, and I'm sorry, I'm exercising my brain legally, which doesn't happen very often these days, whether the mayor could then arrange a committee to undertake that function, but it is a function that transfers to the office of the mayor.
It was only fire I thought I'd seen it for, but yeah. I might have been wrong, but that just led me to think of why was the assumption, but it probably is right because you're right.
Yeah. Councillor Rose?
On that point, there is a police, fire and crime panel referenced at various points with a chair. It talks about it in webcasting. It's not defined anywhere. Is that something that already exists? But if it is, then why are we prescribing whether it's webcast or not in this document as opposed to it being its own thing? And so that's where I'm getting confused as well about what's delegated and what's not delegated.
It does exist now. It is something we will need to discuss because technically that's where, and I'm just looking at Rachel, they undertake their audit type functions. And I think there's some question about whether you would have that as a separate panel or whether the functions might be incorporated into the existing audit and governance committee that's formed as part of the combined authority. And those are the sorts of things we're trying to sort of wrestle with in terms of how would that sit and would it need to be separate, what the skill set, etc. But yes, it does exist now.
So, yeah, sorry, come back.
Just it seems like it's under the authority of the Constitution, even if it already exists, and it probably should be defined in the committee section of this Constitution, even if the definition is it's an external or is run in a certain way or whatever. That's the gap that other bits are referencing towards, I think.
You're absolutely right, and that's just the sort of work we've got to do to get these dovetailed properly so that we don't have disjointed, this is a committee, this is a panel. We want something that looks and feels consistent for everybody.
Yeah.
So it's the discussions ongoing. Obviously, we've got to respect the fact that the police and fire functions are used to operating in a particular way. And for the purposes of trying to, deal with certain anxieties, we're trying not to change too much, but it is bringing together some very different functions.
Yeah, I think we do need to log that to where everyone's clear on the nature of a panel and where it fits into the governance. Councillor Roseman.
Just for clarity, that's page 50 that says it has a vital role, page 103 that talks about the chair, and the online webcasting is page 211, because I didn't say any of that, but it might be something people want to look about it. So
Yeah. No, thank you. Councillor Healy.
Super quickie, picking up on Councillor Merrick's point, 2.2 bullet point 3 and 4, strategic spatial planning, education, skills and training. They probably need to be taken out.
Okay. Okay, so that was page 16, which ends with para 2.5. On page 17, there was just one section. So we're now into section 3, members of the York and North Yorkshire Combined Authority, top of the page 18. I've got one question on this page, which is paragraph 3.4. The Mayor will also appoint 8 non-elected members to the business committee. I was going to float the idea of the Mayor in conjunction with the combined authority will appoint 8 non-elected members to the business committee, just as a suggestion. Councillor Rowley.
Sorry, Chair. It really was just a comment about 3.1, and
Yeah.
Suzanne alluded to earlier. Other combined authorities have far more than just 2 local authorities, and therefore the number of elected members that are on those combined authorities is far greater. When you think we're looking at a population of 800,000 people in this combined authority, to just have 4 directly elected representatives on that committee, to me seems rather imbalanced considering other combined authorities. That was just a comment.
Yeah, and I don't know whether that's anything we can do anything about at this stage.
Unfortunately, it's specified in the order.
Yeah.
That each authority will appoint 2, and then of those 2 will appoint 1 to be the lead member, and that's stated in the order.
Yeah. Okay.
Of course, in due course, Chair, then you'll have the mayor as part of that, and then the mayor will be elected by the entire electorate. So you end up with 5. It's still not an enormous increase, but you have one person who's got the democratic mandate across the whole area.
Yeah. So it's going back to para 3.4. Would members be supportive of the words being added? The Mayor, in consultation with combined authority members, will appoint. It just seems, hopefully, a relatively light thing. Councillor Hollier.
Would that just be, instead of the mayor in conjunction with the YNNYCA members just be the YNNCYA appoint? Because is the YNNCA is the mayor and the members?
The combined authority is the mayor and the 4 people we've spoken about, but I take from this, it's a mayoral power to appoint to this committee. So I don't think it can be a responsibility of the mayor and the other members of the combined authority. But what I'm suggesting is the mayor should be obliged to at least say to the members of the combined authority, these are the 8 people I'm planning to appoint to the business committee, so that at least the other 4 members of the combined authority would have the opportunity to say, yeah, that looks a good geographic spread and looks representative, or rather than being presented with a list and told, like it or lump it, basically. Councillor Rowley?
Yeah, just on that, Chair, whilst I understand that, your reason for wanting to put that in there, in a sense, there's no requirement. I mean, as you said, the mayor can put a list to the combined authority, and you would expect that would happen irrespective of whether it's in this document or not. There's no veto. So the mayor will seek thoughts from the combined authority, but if the mayor wants to appoint, the mayor will appoint. And so in a sense, for me, you can put it in, but it almost seems a pointless insertion, given that the mayor will appoint whoever the mayor wants to appoint.
I think it's
This, Chair.
Yes.
As part of the assurance framework that's going forward, it includes reference to the fact that the constituent authorities will participate in the recruitment of the business committee members. So in a sense, it is in consultation, because they will participate in the recruitment and make a recommendation to the mayor. That's how it will work.
Well, that gives me some assurance. So that's helpful. So I'm happy to, having heard that, I'm happy to let them go. Councillor Healy?
Point 3.6, the mayor must appoint one of the members of the combined authority to be the deputy mayor. Is that by choice or is that by order?
By order.
It's in the
I
order.
think it's in the order. I'm looking at Bryn. I'm pretty
Okay.
sure it is, yeah. But it's the deputy mayor for the combined authority.
Yeah, 3.6.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So working our way down section 3, members of the York and North Yorkshire Combined Authority. So please indicate, Councillor Rose.
Yeah, back to 3.2 actually, sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
It might just be me not spotting it, but I can't see any reference to lead member at any other point. It's weird to have 2 people and to make one of them a lead if they're equal participants on that committee. So given that it doesn't seem to reference anywhere else, is that in the order? If it is there some
It is in
purpose
the
behind
order.
it?
It is referenced in terms of certain vetoes and voting, where the lead members have to agree to certain things. If, I think, and I'm looking at Bryn, but I think this is one of the right ones. If the mayor, for example, the mayor was going to pursue a compulsory purchase order of land in York, the vote then taken at the combined authority on that proposal would have to include the lead member for York agreeing to that. So there is reference on some of the voting to lead members.
Then I think lead member should be defined, and then that should all be explained in this document somewhere, even if it's implicit from the order. I think that should be explained in terms of governance and rules and stuff.
Does that seem reasonable? Yep.
But yes, I can
That's-
understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if there is a definition, and perhaps that's where we need to look at in the definition section, whether we put something in about lead member in the definitions.
Councillor Melly?
I just, from reading it, don't remember any mention of lead member. And on page 111, it says that example requires all members. Requires the consent of all members of that local government area, not just the lead member.
That may be the case. I'll have to have a look, but I'm pretty sure there is something which members the lead members, because I can remember thinking wine wasn't.
So,
I'll have a look.
So probably something that can be sort of clarified in the document, so it's there's less sort of room for confusion. Anything else on that page? No, so we're now on page 19. So that's the end of section 3 and into sections 4, 5 and 6. Looking for any hands, councillor Whitcroft?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just related to point 4.2, is regarding the appointment of the vice chairs. Is there, I'm referring sort of into the document when it comes to the appointment, but is there any specified order of precedence or sort of authority between 3 or is the case maybe 2 vice chairs, or are they all sort of equal and one must substitute in the event of the absence of the mayor?
There's no precedence, no.
Thank you. Okay. Is it a related, councillor Melly?
Thank you, Chair. I can't find the page right now, but I thought I'd read somewhere else that that vice chairs must be appointed, whereas this says may be appointed.
On page 1012.
Thanks, councillor Merritt.
There you go.
Should that be must appoint at least 2 and no more than 3 rather than may?
Yeah. You can tighten that up. Councillor Merritt.
Which brings me to the other point that I had on this section. It's in part page 101, 102, part 5, which specifies a number of qualifications regarding those appointments. The one thing that is missing is to ensure that there's at least one vice chair from each of the constituent authorities. There's no provision for that in those part 5 rules. And it could, if you, under certain circumstances, you could actually end up with 3 vice chairs from one authority.
Are there any, is that a possibility?
From different parties.
So as worded, does it allow that to be an outcome, do we think?
It allows it, it doesn't require it, which I think is
Right.
a point councillor Merritt's making, that I would want
Yeah.
it as a requirement that of the vice chairs appointed, there must be one at least from it. And that's something that obviously we can take back to the combined authority meeting.
Just so I can start my list of proposed changes. So my understanding is that what we would be saying is that at least one of the vice chairs, there must be at least one vice chair from each constituent local authority. That's what we're saying, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Did you have more on that page?
Nope.
Councillor Mason.
Just going back to 4.2, it does mention later on, doesn't it, about those appointments of vice chairs, and it does say that one of them should be the deputy mayor, which almost implies that they would be the most senior out of the 3 vice chairs. So I don't know again if there's any way of tightening that up so there isn't a tussle.
Do you have a suggestion or just a note to know?
Well, I would say that the deputy mayor surely should be the most senior vice chair, given that they're the deputy mayor, and the mayor's picked them to be the deputy, and that they are normally the chair.
So the deputy mayor would also be a vice chair.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's well. No, it says. I think it says that later on in the document.
Okay.
Just clarifying that they should be the primary deputy or primary vice chair.
Okay.
Too many deputies and vices.
We might come on to that a bit later, but no, it's an interesting point. So we're still on the page with sections 4, 5 and 6. Councillor Healy.
It's more of a question, actually. 6.4, deputy mayor for police and crime or fire. Does that have to be a member or can it be anyone?
I think it can be anyone. It doesn't have to be a member.
Okay. Good. Okay.
So that could be an external appointee. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we're on to 6.4, on to 6.5, top of the page 20, Councillor Whitcroft.
Sorry, Chair, just to keep us on page 19 very briefly. Page 19.5.1, the combined authority usually meets every month. That's not specifying that they should, is it? Or is it sort of mandated that they must meet every month?
They are going to agree a calendar of meetings which will set out the meetings. I think that provision is just to say within that, if there was a need for a more urgent meeting, then they could meet more regularly. But yes, the calendar of meetings will be agreed at the inaugural meeting and then again at the annual meeting at the beginning of June.
Okay, so I'll start with Councillor Rowley.
Yeah, it was just can that wording then be changed to the YNNYCA will agree a calendar of meetings. Are you with me? So that it's actually specifically written in there rather than being ambiguous, which it currently is.
So we'll get a few more comments and come back to Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. I would propose an amendment that says the YNYCA meets a minimum of once a month, but additional meetings may take place. So it still maintains the scope for flexibility, but removes that quite casual language around usually, which could be abused one way or another. So it locks in a minimum of once a month. And, you know, if this is all it's cracked up to be, I'm sure they'll have plenty to talk about once a month. So.
Okay, thank you. So other comments on that issue, Councillor Mason? Oh,
Sorry, mine was on 6.4.
Hold that thought. Councillor Melly and then Councillor Rose.
Thank you, Chair. There is then provision later in the Constitution that says if there is nothing on the agenda, then the meeting doesn't have to go ahead. So is that undermined if there's something else in the Constitution that says they must meet once a month? If there's nothing on the agenda, they then can't use that provision.
Councillor Rose.
Yeah, I mean, that needs to be accounted for, whatever wording gets put in there, because it does need to allow for that. What I was going to say is the same thing as what's been said, but it should say meets at least 10 times per year, or the language should be right. So if it's monthly, excluding August and December, or whatever it might be, it needs to be something that's not just usually monthly, TBD. Even with it, you know, if we specify there's a calendar, it doesn't specify what that calendar looks like. So just needs a little bit of safety net around that, I think.
Okay. Bryn, you've got a thought?
Yeah, on the subject of sort of monthly meetings, the language I've frequently seen is will ordinarily meet once a month, which is clear enough that the intention is that there's a monthly meeting, but if there's no business, then it can be cancelled.
And I think ordinarily is better than usually. Usually is a bit, well, if we might not. Ordinarily, I think sets a clear expectation that unless there is a reason not to. Members content with us recommending ordinarily? Councillor Rose?
Well, I don't oppose it, but the reading of what it's written here is usually meets every month, but additional meetings implies it should be every month, but there might be some extra ones unless it's cancelled because there's no business. So I think it's a different thing to ordinarily. Whether which one is more important or what the right answer is, I don't know, but just there's a different framing.
Well, I think we've kind of lodged the point that it perhaps does need to be, you know, codified a bit tighter. Okay, so we have to move on over the page. Councillor Mason, yeah, don't worry.
6.4, where I thought I was going mad earlier. I was right. Deputy Mayor for Policing and Crime or a fire committee. And those people that remember the fire committees might think that is a better option than putting it all in one person's hands. So I suppose the rest of the document, apart from this one bit, presumes that the best model is to put the Fire and Rescue Authority under the control of the Deputy Mayor for Policing, whereas actually it's not written in a way very quickly that it would revert back. So I don't know how you keep it as both options open until the Mayor makes a decision.
Well, we do exactly that. I can assure you there's no presumption about what might be the best option. It will be a matter for the Mayor to determine as and when he or she is elected, and we'll put in place whatever requirements are in the Constitution to enact the Mayor's preference.
I've got that on the list of things that will be, I'm sure, discussed further and clarified if necessary. I had a question at 6.4b. Is the Deputy Mayor for Policing and Crime a member of the Combined Authority? A non-voting member of the Combined Authority? It wasn't.
No.
No.
The Combined Authority is the Mayor and the 2 representatives from each of the constituent authorities.
That's fine. It's a merit.
It does raise the question then, if the mayor chooses to appoint a non-member of the authority to do the police and crime, but also chooses to hand the fire and rescue, how is the deputy mayor going to be accountable for the fire and rescue part?
Well, this comes back to the issue of panels and committees. And picking up their accountability in those panels and committees, and whether you have one audit committee or whether you have a separate fire committee, for example, as we've mentioned. But that's a matter for the constituent authorities to discuss with the mayor.
Okay. So we're going down 6.5 and beyond on top of the page 20. Anything on that page which finishes up 7.5? I think in paragraph 7.5 it refers to as 8.1 to 8.5. Should that be 7.1 to 7.5? Yeah. Councillor Hollier.
So 7.1 says it must establish an auditing governance. 7.2 must appoint an overview and scrutiny, and 7.3 will establish. Is there a difference between must appoint, must establish, or will establish?
Yes.
Okay.
The Audit and Governance Committee and the Overview and Scrutiny Committees are legal requirements. The Combined Authority must have an Audit and Governance Committee and must have an Overview and Scrutiny Committee. It's not required to have a business committee, and therefore it's a choice to have a business committee. It's an advisory committee, it's a business committee, it doesn't have any delegated decision-making power, and it advises the Combined Authority.
So it's a choice for essentially the choice. There isn't a choice for the mayor because the constitution mandates it, but it didn't need to be in the constitution.
The business committee, it does. If you're going to give it a role, then even though it's non-voting, it needs to be represented there because it is part of the governance arrangements in an advisory capacity, and as such it should be in the constitution. It's not a committee that, as I say, has any decision. It reflects the LEP board, to be honest, and whilst there's going to be a recruitment process to refresh the membership, it's not a committee that has any delegated authority, but it does provide advice to the Combined Authority, particularly around the business of the enterprise partnership that's done around regeneration and all that sort of work that's been undertaken. But as I say, it's very different. There is a legal requirement with regards to audit and governance and scrutiny.
Councillor Rose.
Yeah, we're going to get sad with my pedigree very quickly, but following up on that point, must versus will is clear. There are over 300 wills and over 300 shalls. Is there a difference between will and shall throughout the document, or is that just semantic and case by case? I'm assuming there isn't, but I'm just
certainly not an intended difference.
Yeah. I guess a side point of there's some cleanup in general to do in the document, and picking one from later. There's a lot of his, her, him, etc. all the way throughout. Some of which just assumes that the mayor is male. Some of which says him or her, which is archaic as well. So obviously we don't need to go through each instance of it, but just kind of calling out
the published document is gender neutral.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for that. Okay, we're now on section 8, joint arrangements, top of page 21. Councillor Merritt.
Thank you. Can I turn to paragraph 8.4, which I think is potentially a particularly important one about joint transport committees. I wonder if you can explain what the legal basis and potential of those joint transport committees might be if one was established, or and secondly, does a joint transport committee have to apply to the whole of the mayoral area, or could you actually set up a joint transport committee that covers the York area, the Harrogate area, other areas in the county?
Yeah, I think this provision specifically reflects the fact that in the order there's a number of transport functions which are operated concurrently with the two constituent authorities, and it facilitates one way in which that might be done. To be honest, I haven't given any thought to whether you might specify it geographically. I don't see any reason why legal reason why you couldn't, but it reflects the fact that, as I say, there's a number of things in the order which say this is exercised concurrently with York and North Yorkshire functions. So we've had some initial discussions with highways transport officers about how that might work, but this really is an option, and it's put in the constitution, as I say, to enable that to happen, should the constituent authorities want to operate in that way in terms of those functions. At the moment, I don't think there's any suggestion, and I'm going to look across my shoulder at James, that anything will really change at the initial point in time. But obviously there's discussions to be had about how those functions are operated as a joint process, and one way would be through a joint committee. And you could do that. That might be a way that members would prefer to undertake those functions.
So, just to be clear, is it within the mayor's gift whether or not to establish a transport committee?
This isn't a matter for the mayor, it's a matter for the combined authority. So it's a matter for the constituent officers to decide how they would want to operate the transport functions which they are operating with the two constituent authorities and the combined authority working together.
So is there a presumption that there will be a transport committee of some nature, whether it...
There's no presumption at this stage. I think it's for discussion, and all the provision here does is facilitates that should you wish to do so.
Okay, thank you. Do you have it? Anyone else have any more questions on that? That's section 8. If not, we're rolling down to top of page 22. End of section 8, beginning of section 9, which is officers. Anything on that page? No? Okay. Carry on going down. Top of page 23, starts with general, then decision making. I'll just raise one point, paragraph 10.2, principles of decision making, list from A to F. C, respect for human rights. Could we add the word and equalities? Which is a language that is generally used, and it would seem to be good to be consistent if we can. Councillor Taylor, then Councillor Merritt.
Thanks, Chair. I'd support your suggestion, and I just welcome thoughts on whether the word respect was solid enough. So initially I put a note down to say support for human rights, but I mean, it's, you know, what do these words actually mean? God, you could take that phrase anywhere, but it just read a little bit soft to me. So I'm interested in whether anyone else has picked that up. If not, I'll shut up and leave it. But
no, that's
my
good. Eye. Councillor Steele-Walshaw.
I agree. And I wondered if it was something like, and I don't know if it's strong enough, still something like implementation of human rights rather than the respect.
Enshrinement.
Yeah, something like that.
Any other thoughts from anybody? Mr. Binney.
Adherence to human rights, I think, it's fairly standard sort of language. And a really small point, I only mentioned it because I noticed going from one page to the other, a typo just in the audit section 9.5 other day rather than other. Minor point, but I just saw it, so I thought I would flag it.
Could you just repeat what you said at the beginning, because I didn't catch it? Adherence to.
Yeah, adherence to human. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Adherence to human rights, I think, is a term that I've usually seen. Perhaps that's fairly standard. I agree that respect is sort of, you know, take it or leave it. Perhaps a little bit sort of woolly. Adherence might be a bit stronger. And then the word other, just a typo in the audit section, previous page, minor point. I just say.
Councillor Melly.
I was wondering about advancement of human rights and equalities.
That's a more kind of proactive requirement rather than just have regard to actually proactively advance Are people happy with that advancement of? Excellent, thank you. Yes. Councillor Widdowson.
Can I ask, is this a place where we could put in climate action?
Oh. I don't know. There's, yeah, it crops up later on in the transport section.
I know,
around-
but in terms of actually
Yeah.
making decisions, the principles of it should be taken into account in every decision that we make.
Don't have a problem with that. What do others think?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how would you like us to phrase that?
Principles of the climate strategies, climate action plans need to be taken into account when making decisions. I mean, we've already gone through transport, we've gone through fire and
But
rescue and stuff.
environmental sustainability.
No,
that-
climate action. It's
Okay.
not environmental sustainability.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
I don't know what the words are.
words
Susan,
to-
so
words-
apologies.
yeah, words to that effect. Okay. Yeah, I've made a note of that. Councillor Merritt.
Perhaps it might help in terms of that there's some cross-reference to the 2008 Act and the 5-yearly, more importantly, the 5-yearly carbon program targets.
Yeah, Councillor Widdowson, then we'll move on.
I think we should leave the words with Susan. What I wouldn't want to do is tie it down too much. Because if we go back to either the UN protocols or the targets or the whatever, it doesn't give people the scope to actually build where it can go.
I think we've captured the desire to have something in there that reflects, I think, what both constituent authorities are signed up to. Okay, so we're now into 10.3, scrolling down, types of decisions. Anything in that section or over the page? Oh, yeah, Councillor Merritt.
10.2 on principles of decision making. I wonder if it could be a bit stronger in the sense of presumption in favour of openness. It's also about public accountability, and I'd appreciate if both, public accountability is actually the main aim, with openness is actually a means of achieving that. And I think that's an important principle that might be better worded.
So presumption in favour of openness and accountability.
Public accountability.
And public accountability.
Sorry, public accountability and presumption in favour of openness.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. People happy with that? Yeah. Okay. So there's nothing else on that page. We'll move on to top of the page 24, finance contracts and legal matters. Councillor Rose.
It's the first of two mentions of Northallerton, so it's worth bringing up. Obviously, it will need updating whenever somewhere is settled, but backing up the points made by the public and general sentiment, Northallerton is only closer to Ripon and Richmond out of the whole of North Yorkshire. Harrogate's closer to here, Whitby's the same distance. So there is absolutely no reason whatsoever for it to be Northallerton. There are other alternatives to York, but I think it's probably worth us stressing that there is an expectation from us that it won't be Northallerton that we end up with.
Okay.
And the constitution needs updating when it's changed.
No problem. Councillor Waller.
Thank you. On 11.3B, where it says any contract with value exceeding £50,000, that's a large figure, really. To have smaller contracts not needing to be made in writing seems rather odd.
Is that
It's a fairly standard constitutional provision.
Councillor Whitcroft?
I think, I'd agree with that point raised by Councillor Waller. I think it might be to do with if it's a fairly standard constitutional provision. Do you mean for combined authorities? Because in your opening remarks, you did point out that we're quite a small one, and maybe proportionality ought to be
No,
taken
it's
into
a
place.
fairly standard provision within any constitution. And in fact, I've seen it higher in other places.
Councillor Merritt?
Yes, in regard to section 11.2, legal proceedings, the paragraph gives the monitoring officer power to institute legal action, but there's no reference to any member oversight or reporting of those legal actions. And I would have thought there should at least be consultation with some member or members of the combined authority, whether that's the mayor or not.
With the greatest respect, the monitoring officer and their team institute, defend, take as on a daily basis on hundreds of files. I think that there has to be an expectation that in terms of their role, that is what they do. That is their job. Anything can be regarded as a legal proceeding. And I mean, I'm looking at Bryn here. I have, there's not many things I'll sort of argue very strongly with you, but I would argue very strong that that would just make their job absolutely impossible.
Okay. Should there perhaps be a differential then between relatively minor actions and those that might be of more significant risk to the authority?
Well, you've got your key decision in terms of those decisions that have to be on the forward plan. That would include decisions in relation to legal activities like buying land, selling land, anything that reach that threshold. So you've always got that. That would be, it's transparent in terms, and we've set the bar quite low on that deliberately, because we're aware that the public need time to get used to how a combined authority operates and needs to see what it's doing. So there are some checks and balances already in place around that in terms of, and you would expect you would be required where any legal action was going to impinge around those requirements of a key decision, that you would go through those processes around key decisions.
Okay. Councillor Taylor. Okay, Councillor Widdowson.
It's just picking up on the finance point. It's I think we need some detailed discussion on page 157 onwards. It's part 6, section B, where it goes through the grants and the finances, because some of the numbers in there are extremely large, where there's very little, I would say there's very little checks and balances in there. So I think the point is made about the finances, but the discussion will need to happen there.
Yeah. Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Chair. Similarly to my colleagues, really, but I'm going to put Bryn on the spot, and forgive me, Bryn. So the amount referred to there is 50,000 in 11.3 B. What's the City of York Council's threshold?
That's just what I'm looking for, Councillor.
So hold that thought. Councillor Taylor, did I see your hands up again?
I might as well, Chair, thank
Go
you.
for it, yeah.
It was about that 50k point. You mentioned that it's fairly common. And my sort of first response to that in my mind was maybe that just reflects a low bar that's being set across the board. And if we can do better than that and tighten the screw a bit, take it down to 10k, I'd be in favour. It just seems a bit really casual.
Okay.
There's a few bits of casual stuff in this constitution, and we've already touched on one or two, and this is certainly one. Anyway, it's bits have been said already.
Councillor Rose.
I mean, I echo the point that we shouldn't be bound by what's normal if we don't think it's right. But also, as someone who works in contracting a lot, I don't remember having seen this before in any constitution or worked against that. £50,000 is quite a large amount to not have something in writing. Levels of signatures and so on, sure, but if you're not even going to put in an email, this is an agreement for how much I'm paying and what I'm getting for it, that is very surprising for a high amount. From my perspective, I couldn't find any number in our constitution, so that might need picking up by A&G. But I'm sure we do have a policy.
So are we sort of resolving that be looked at in terms of members have articulated the concerns they have about that figure being set for that. I'll bring Councillor Rowley and then Mr. Binning.
Sorry, Chair. Thank you. I'm not in disagreement with colleagues. I just think we need to be careful once we've got an answer, because if the City of York's is at 50, And whereas a committee saying, well, that's too high, whilst we're straying out of the remit of this committee, we're effectively saying it's okay for York, but it's not okay for North Yorkshire Combined Authority. So it'd be really good to know what the figure is for York.
And it may prompt a discussion in the context of the ongoing discussions about this authority's constitution, so that's fine. Mr. Binney.
Thanks. Just a general point on finances. Something I was looking for, and it might be in here and I just missed it, is my understanding that combined authorities are under the Localism Act. I could be wrong, like correct me if I'm wrong, and therefore have general power of competence. So I was looking for references in the constitution that they have or have not authority to set up trading companies, to incur debt, to borrow money, etc., as pursuant to the Localism Act, the thing that any local authority can do. And I would just expect a combined authority, if it is indeed in there, to represent in the constitution whether it has authority to set up a company, and if so, the governance around there, not least because it has been in the media a fair amount. Perhaps should be covered.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but my response to that is local authorities are subject to vast amounts of legislation, and it's not normal to list it all, because you'd be listing it and changing it forever. The general understanding of monitoring officers is they have to act within the law, and when you first start giving legal advice to local authorities, you get fed up of saying, can you just explain to me where the power is to do this? Because you have to have power. You can't just do, which is why they brought in the general power of competence and then rode away from it by putting lots of caveats around how that could be implemented. So I take your point. Yes, we need to, it's very important, but then it's the role of the officers to give advice on whether those powers exist. And I think it's because whilst you do keep a constitution under review, I think you would. I remember a colleague once managed to download from somewhere the list of legislation that applied to local authorities, and it was literally like that. So there's a kind of a feeling that we have to take advice and be guided by whether, and there would have to be a report set. So if they were going down that, there would have to be a business case and a report setting out why you were going to implement that power. And still always going to be subject to the requirement to make decisions reasonably. So they would have to explain why that was a good idea and be very clear on why you were exercising the power in that way.
Okay. No, excellent. Sorry, if could I just come back on that one? No, completely accept. The statutory list is absolutely massive. I think my only, and I completely accept your point on matters of legal, obviously, naturally defer to you. I just wonder if is my understanding right that if the combined authority at some point decided we want to incur debt, we want to set up a trading company, that would be enshrined in some other governance document at some other point. It might not be covered here, so long as it is covered somewhere. Fine.
Absolutely, no doubt, it would be a key decision that would have to go through a transparent decision-making process.
Okay, thank you.
I'll bring Bryn in a minute. I think you've got an answer to our question.
So our constitution doesn't quite express things in the same way. It doesn't simply have a statement, all contracts over X value will be in writing. What it says is that every contract must be in writing by one of two methods, effectively. So either issue of a purchase order and accompanying standard terms and conditions for a contract value under £100,000. For contracts over £100,000, there's got to be a formal written contract in place. So our limit is essentially double what the combined authorities is.
Okay, but we express it in a different way in terms of.
We express it in a different way,
American, we
so-
don't spend our time talking about this issue because we've got 180 more pages to get through. But
Yeah,
are there
I think-
any further points in terms of, does anyone want to make a recommendation in terms of this constitution? Councillor Rose.
Yeah, I disagree that essentially it's double. Essentially it's £0 because you have to have it in writing below £100,000 as well. So I would recommend a similar clause saying a purchase order or similar. I think that's the sort
I think it is a purchase order point. Purchase order is not necessarily not recognised as a contract in writing because it's an electronic transaction, but it is recorded that way. So we need to have a think about that, about recognising those differences.
It's been clear what we do and we don't mean. And obviously we interpret it in a certain way that I think perhaps isn't how it was intended. Councillor Mason. Councillor Whitcroft. Excellent. Okay, so we're coming to the end of page 24, authentication of documents, on to page 25. Councillor Hollier?
Yeah, so 12.2, it says change the constitution through rules of procedure in part 5 of the constitution. I couldn't find anything in part 5 of the constitution that sort of gave a hint how you would change the constitution or how that would sort of happen. That might just be me missing it, but I suppose is it there? And secondly, yeah, a bit sort of nervous or not very happy with the mayor being able to make changes to the constitution without it going through the Combined Authorities Audit and Governance Committee, as ours should, don't always, but should do. And similarly to that, I don't know where the audit and governance bit is, but there wasn't anything in that section that sort of gave that committee the ability to have an overview of the constitution, which I think it probably should do.
Okay. Councillor Rose?
Yeah, 100% echo that. We've got 20 plus people around here talking about it and we can't actually enforce a change. And then after we do all of this work, it just takes the monitoring officer and 3 people on a committee to vote something through without going through their own audit and governance. Baffling. It should go through ANG for me. And also some procedures around how it should go through. It makes sense to me as well.
So I suppose the general point around paragraph 12.2, which sees no role for audit and governance, the sense I get from members is that there must be a role for audit and governance. That's our desire. Anybody disagree with that? Or want to add anything to what's already been said on that? Okay, thank you for that. So moving on, part 2, page 26, functions of the Combined Authority. Anyone have any comments on that first page of part 2? Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you, Chair. Point 3, going down to the 3rd bullet point. Yeah, sorry, I've just spotted a spelling mistake there as well. The 2nd line on that Combined Authority order. So that should be updated, but also they are exercisable by the Combined Authority concurrently with the constituent council. So that means that if there was, say, a decision regarding transport that needed to be taken in York, the Combined Authority could only make that decision, would have to work with the constituent council to make that decision. But the constituent council make that decision on their own. I'm just trying to understand what the relationship would be when it's the Combined Authority and just one constituent council.
Yeah, what this says is that where it sets out the functions, and the functions include those functions in the order where it states that they are exercisable concurrently with the 2 constituent authorities. As I say, they largely relate to transport, and there's some discussion to be had about how the constituent authorities want to operate those functions, whether they're going to be they're retained where they are, because the order is an empowering order. It's not a requirement. It's an empowering order. So it's a matter for the the constituent authorities, the extent to which they want to operate transport functions through the Combined Authority. I hesitate to say this in a meeting in public, but it might come down to money. It may come down to how money is paid into and how it can be used within that way. And I make that only because the whole purpose of having a Combined Authority is to access additional funding. So we need to be sort of clear about that. So it might depend on what's on offer in terms of additional monies around transport and how the expectation is that would work then through a Combined Authority.
Okay, thank you for that. So looking for any further comments on that top of the page 26 going into 27? No. Takes on to page 28, transport. So I think there was just one question, Suzanne. There was, I think in the previous drafts.
27.
I'm just asking a question, sorry.
I'm sorry, this was 27.
I'll carry on,
27. Again, you probably want to take out strategic planning and education, skills and training.
Sorry, that's okay. There was reference in the last draft of integrated transport authority.
That was a hold up from previous, there is no integrated transport authority. All those references have come out. This now has been double checked, and I'm not saying we've got it spot on, and it's helpful to hear members' comments, but we have checked this against the order and amended it so that it is in line with what's in the order.
Yeah, so I'm looking for comments on top of page 28B, transport. One question / suggestion from me, paragraph 1.1c, must develop policies for the promotion and encouragement of safe, integrated, efficient and economic transport. Would we like to add in the word sustainable? Yeah, Councillor Whitcroft.
Yes, and I would agree with that, Chair, and further to that, section D just underneath it does mention environmental well-being, but I think given discussions we've had on the same topic recently, perhaps environmental well-being is too general a term. We should be quite clear about what we're saying, which is, you know, reduction in climate emissions and carbon emissions, in my opinion.
Where was that, sorry?
That's section D further down.
Okay.
That just underneath it.
Yeah. Bryn?
Just on that point, Chair, I think the wording there will have been drawn directly from the Act, which is why it's quite common in a number of acts to talk about social, environmental and economic well-being. So, yeah.
Okay. It's a point worth making. Okay, so going down page 28 through the transport section, please, onto page 29, please indicate if there are any other. Councillor Merritt.
Yes. On section
Microphone.
7, sorry.
That's what I pressed it. Apologies. Paragraphs 2.7 and 2.8 refers to these protocols that are to be set up to cover the discharge of functions. But at the moment, it says all such revisions to be agreed by the head of paid service of the combined authority and chief executives of the constituent councils. Again, there's no provision for member oversight or involvement. So just query that.
Protocols in relation to the discharge of transport functions. It would be the head of paid service and chief executives. I would have thought the combined authority members would have a say. Councillor Rowley.
Again, just a point of clarification on 2.8. It refers to chief executives of the constituent councils. We don't have a chief executive in York. So again,
that too.
Pedantic, but you know, with most of what we're talking about.
Yeah. Head of paid service is obviously a better term to use.
Sorry, I just need to be clear here that I've understood the point. The protocols will be agreed by the combined authority because there will be key decisions in terms of what the protocols, because protocols are going to deal with the discharge of transport functions, which will affect more than 2 wards and will therefore fall within the definition of a key decision. And I would expect the protocol to be approved by the combined authority. The amendments, I take your point, the revisions are delegated to head of paid service and the chief executive head of, well, I'm not sure what you call it, head of
paid service.
Head of paid service for the constituent councils. Have I misunderstood the point? I'm sorry.
I don't think it's entirely clear when you read those 2 sections together that that's what would happen. Okay, so perhaps the wording just needs tweaking to make it clear. who does what, and that there is member oversight of revisions. Yeah.
Okay, no, that's fine. So we're going on down onto top of the page 30, Councillor Whitcroft.
Sorry, one very minor thing, section 2.1A, at the end of the sentence, the brackets need closing.
Excellent. Councillor Taylor.
Chair, thank you. Not to put any colleague down for such suggestions. Could we ask if this document will get a final proof of spelling and grammar?
Yeah.
Obviously, if members see issues of spelling and grammar that could lead to the constitution being interpreted differently, then that's worth raising, but it's going to be a long night as it is, you know, no disrespect to anybody. But I've just seen a few spelling errors and I thought, well, they're going to spot that and get rid of it.
Unless
there will be a final read-through. There's a number of things that will need to happen because you'll notice there's no page numberings, for example, the index. When we've got the document in its final format, there will be a read-through for grammar, spelling, gender neutrality and terminology, and also then we'll be able to put the page numbers at the beginning of the index to assist members when they're looking for something specific. So it's just until we've got a final draft, otherwise you'll be changing them. But you're absolutely right, there needs to be a final read-through in terms of before publication of any spelling or misnumbering and things like that we'll pick up.
Councillor Merritt.
Just on this issue, the wider issues about the document, there is, shall we say, not a very consistent numbering and lettering system. You get to part 7 and then it has parts within part 7. When you do the final, would it be possible to have a fairly consistent and logical referencing system that works all the way through the document in the same way?
Yeah, no, I think it's a good point, and I think Suzanne has said that'll be looked at.
The other issue is in terms of the construction of the document, there are parts of part 5 procedures which sort of overlap with earlier references in part 1 to 4, and present opportunities for ambiguity. Would it not be better if you basically try to keep procedures in a single place, not overlapping between the earlier sections and part 5? Okay,
so 5-minute warning. We're going to take a break in 5 minutes. Let's try and get to the end of this section. So we're on top of the page 32, economic development, regeneration and housing. Yeah, Councillor Merritt.
Page 20, sorry. Page 29, the next section, the transport functions to be exercised concurrently. That's section 3. This section seems to be, there's no reference here to how the combined authority works with the constituent authorities for this particular area, as opposed to that was covered and detailed in the previous section for the different category of powers. I'd assume there ought to be similar types of requirements in terms of how that is exercised in this section. So I probably haven't made myself very clear. That was one of my
So how the combined authority works concurrently with the constituent authorities in relation to transport.
Yeah.
Okay.
Under section 3. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I was on page 31, Councillor Waller.
Now that we're into economic development, it was just over the page in relation to section 9 and the use and development of consecrated land, which doesn't have an end to that bracket. And
Page
that
33.
Page 33. So that is subject itself to ecclesiastic law as a precedent.
which paragraph on page 33?
Page 33, it's.
Roman numeral one.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, here we are. I don't know enough about consecrated ground to have a. Is that something you can have a look at, Suzanne?
Neither do I. Not my area of expertise, but yeah, I'll check it. I mean, we need to check, we have checked this against the order, so we'll just double check that particular point against the order to make sure that it accurately reflects.
Thank you. Don't trample over ecclesiastical law.
No.
Councillor Healy?
Picking up the point Councillor Merritt made in the earlier page 29.3, you probably want to take the same methodology of decision making for 3.1 on page 29 and apply it to this section.
In terms of describing how
decisions are made, because again, it uses the same wording, are to be exercised by the CYC concurrently with the decision from council.
Yeah. So anything else in the economy section, top of the page, 33, 34? No? Yep.
Page 33, section 3, functions corresponding to the functions of the Mayor of London. I presume that just needs to get stripped out, does it?
Apologies, that's because that's where those functions were first set out in legislation, and they are corresponding functions that are granted to the Mayor of the combined authority.
Top of the page, 35, fire and rescue. Any comments on that? Following page 36. Police and Crime Commissioner functions. Nope. 37, incidental provisions pursuant to the order. No. Page 39, functions conferred on a combined authority by local government legislation. No. Next page, miscellaneous roles of the combined authority. Councillor Merritt.
Yes, I just wanted to ask, the second page, paragraphs 1.5 to 1.8 cover the representation of the combined authority on transport for the north. Obviously, at the moment, York and North Yorkshire have separate representatives. I take it that as this is proposed here, there'd just be a single representative for the combined area, and there will not be any separate representatives from the two constituent authorities.
No, I would expect, I might be wrong, but I would expect the representation of York, because you still have transport functions in York and North Yorkshire. I'd expect York and North Yorkshire to still retain their individual membership of transport. Well, am I wrong, Bryn? Please tell me.
If I may, Chair, the order is explicit that in the definition of constituent authorities for the Transport for the North regulation, it is to omit City of York Council and North Yorkshire Council, and instead insert York and North Yorkshire Combined Authority. So it's a replacement of two places to one.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask if that's the same situation as in West Yorkshire? Is only a single West Yorkshire representative on TFN?
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question. We can certainly look, and I take the point that if they've got more than one, then representing it, I don't see any reason why there would be a problem having more than one from the combined authority. But we'd have to check what they're.
Councillor Douglas.
Yeah, just from memory, I may be wrong, but I have a sense that it is the mayors in those areas that represent the region, and we are actually in an odd situation in the sense that we've still got local authorities represented, but I'll leave the people that know better than me to check that out.
Yeah, I think certainly on TFN scrutiny, I think CYC would retain a place, I think, but who knows? Okay, anything else on transport for the north? In which case, sorry, Councillor Melly.
Chair, the scrutiny committee is mentioned in paragraph 1.7.
Okay.
Saying that the combined authority would appoint one member of the authority to be a member of the Transport for the North Scrutiny Committee. So I doubt it would be in addition to maintaining a representative from City of York Council.
Yeah, because I know when I was on TFN scrutiny, I distinctly recall there were representatives from constituent authorities within a combined authority.
So would we have both? We'd maintain a representative from City of York Council and one from North Yorkshire Council and an additional one on behalf of the combined authority?
I certainly think it'd be advantageous to have more than one on the scrutiny committee.
It says one here.
Well, shall we add that to our list of requests to retain individual representation from both constituent authorities?
If I may, Chair, we'll have to look into that as to whether or not that's what the legislation allows.
Yeah.
If it does, then obviously we'll include that.
Yeah.
But if it's just a complete replacement, and then all the functions devolve to the combined authority, then it may well be one and one.
Okay. Yep, thank you for that. I said we would break at 7 and we've gone 4 minutes over, but let's have a 5-minute break and reconvene at 10 past before we dive into part 3. Thank you. Convene, members. Okay, so you ready? So let's keep up the pace and heed the warning about grammatical errors. So we're now on to part 3, responsibility for functions. We're at top of the page 44. Councillor Merritt?
Yes, hopefully it's a simple one to answer. A5, issuing of the mayoral combined authority precept stating separately the police and fire commissioner component and the general component. Just can I be clear, does that the general component include the fire and rescue? And if not, should that not be separately mentioned?
So it's point 5. What does the general component include?
Sorry, does the general include fire and rescue, or is that not a separate?
I think we need to check that and have a look at it. I'd be less than honest if I said I was sure about it.
No, that's fine. If you can say that way, that's fine. On to page 45. Councillor Merritt?
Yes, number 12 says questions relating to road user charging. Questions isn't a function. The rest of the list of functions, but there are. That's referring, I think, to the 2004 Transport Act, but there are other powers in that Act. Should they not also be mentioned?
It did seem an odd one to just pop up there.
We'll check it against the order. It very much depends whether those powers have been included in the order, because not all transport powers have.
I'd thought issues relating to rather than questions, but again, it depends what the source documentation states, but that was interesting. Okay, moving on to functions reserved to the mayor, that's top of the page 46. Councillor Rose.
Sorry, it's the page before, so just understanding the £95,000 severance package threshold and whether there's a reason it's not a round number. If that's a legal thing or if that's just picked.
Yeah, Bryn?
It's a legal requirement.
Yeah.
That's the limit set by central government.
Okay. Councillor Merritt?
Yes, on 2.4D, sorry, 2.1D.
Sorry, which page are we on? Oh, sorry, we're over the, yeah, okay.
Sorry.
Carry on, yeah.
Yeah. Page 46, yes. 2.1D, there's a number of sections of the Act that it's talking about there. Is it possible just to at least give a broad indication of what each of those are actually referring to? So people have some sense of what we're talking about.
Yeah, just to make it, yeah, I suppose without having to then dig down into legislation.
I think we could regard that as a drafting point rather than something that necessarily needs to be an amendment. We can pick that up.
Yeah, on the same page, 2.1A, just again, if it, unless this is worded this way in the order, to add the word sustainable in relation to the other aspects of transport, which we discussed earlier. Anything else on that page? In which case, moving down onto top of the page 47 into compulsory purchase powers and mayoral development areas. No comments on those. Then carrying over into top of the page 48 into 49, where we get our first mention of bus franchising. No, yeah, councillor Healy.
Picking up the general point that seems to have run through this document that the other members have picked up, most things seems to be if it affects a constituent authority, the constituent authority has to agree to it. This seems to be the only area, or certainly one of the very few areas, where the Lord Mayor individually can decide.
The mayor, not the Lord.
The mayor, not the Lord Mayor. Yeah, the mayor. Is that by design? Is that something the constituent authorities want to do? Is that by the order?
It'll be by the order, not by the constituent authorities deciding that.
Councillor Waller.
Just as a follow-up to that, there are a number of references about votes requiring 2/3 of the York and North Yorkshire Combined Authority members, but in relation to the geography of development areas, but it doesn't give a proviso about the constituent authority having to agree that in its territory.
Well, if it's a 2/3, it'll be 3 out of the 4.
Right.
No, sorry, is it the 3/4 one we've changed? Sorry, we have changed it and made it 3/4 rather than 2/3. Sorry. That's something we picked up as a drafting point.
So
it should be
it should say
3/4, so that you would always have a constituent authority member would have to be in favour of each. If you see what I'm saying, because it would be 3 out of 4.
So 3 out of 4 with the mayor being the 5th.
It's a 3/4 majority of the constituent authorities.
Yeah.
Apologies, that was a drafting error on my part, and I've been, as you can imagine, I'm spending my time just rereading it and picking that out. So it picks up your point of if it's 3 out of 4, there would always have to be a vote in favour from one of the members of the constituent authorities.
Okay, councillor Eyre.
Yeah, I think councillor Waller is right. This one is slightly different because this is to overturn the decision of the mayor. So that in this case, it's requiring 2/3 to reject. So if that was something that was proposed in York and was agreed, it would take the entirety of North Yorkshire and York to stop the mayor from doing it. So this is slightly different. Everywhere else, it requires 2/3 to get it through. This is actually requiring 2/3 to stop the mayor from doing something that would happen within York. So North Yorkshire and the mayor could impose that on the city.
No, 2/3.
You take your point, yeah, we will have a look at that. So make sure it meets the intention of what we expect, yeah.
Is this in relation to bus franchising?
No.
No.
It's paragraph 4.3, I think.
Okay.
I think you're referring to, isn't it? Yeah.
Right, okay.
If the mayor wanted to designate an area of land in York as an MDA, the 2 York members couldn't stop that from happening because they wouldn't have 2/3 to reject it under 4.3. They would need assistance from one of the North Yorkshire.
So what's with councillor Rose?
Yeah, I think my read of 4.2 is that they need to have agreement of the members of the impacted authority before you then get to a rejection point under 4.3. So I think it might be okay and covered, but I think it's not very clear, and it would be good to tidy up the language regardless.
Okay. Councillor Douglas.
So the intention that I am expecting is that whenever there's a decision made about the constituent authority, such as the MDA that we're just discussing, that the constituent authority, so say if it was in York, would have to agree with that. Bryn, that's the intention, isn't it?
Yeah, so if you look at the wording of paragraph 4.2, in essence, a proposal by the mayor to designate an area of land as a mayoral development authority requires the consent of all of the members of the combined authority whose local government area contains any part of the area to be designated. So if it was a mayoral authority, an MDA that was supposed to be designated wholly in York, it would require the consent of both of the members from York. If it was across the York and the North Yorkshire boundary, then it would require the consent of all 4 of the combined authority members.
Councillor Rose.
Yeah, that's my reading, but I do agree with the reading of 4.3, which then says it could only be rejected if you have two-thirds against. So there's a middle ground where it can not be rejected and as it's a little bit ambiguous. So if
Okay.
that is how it's supposed to read, and there's a little bit of wording we can fix.
Yeah, so just tidying up the wording.
Yeah.
We'll double check the wording and it's one of those things you need to go away, take your point and think, well, if that applies, how does that work? And make sure that they're consistent. But yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Moving
Actually,
on.
on that
Yes.
point,
Councillor Healy.
So, well, they're picking up a point that's just made. So essentially 4.2, let's take the scenario that's just happened here. The previous administration would have agreed with the mayor of North Yorkshire and MDA. A new administration would come in and you wouldn't be able to stop it at all unless you could get the agreement of North Yorkshire, is how it's currently written, which I'm guessing an incoming administration wouldn't be too happy with. Do we want to take that into account, or we're happy for it to just be there? Okay.
Well, yeah, yeah, that's how it works.
But it doesn't sort of make sense for 4.2 and 4.3 to be the same. If you require the approval of both of those members to do it, then both of those members should be able to veto it in future if they so wish. Seems odd that you would have 2 to approve, but then you require 3 to.
I think Suzanne said she'd go and have a look at the wording in terms of, so it actually,
Yeah,
it makes it's
yeah,
clear in terms of what you can and can't do.
I am slightly puzzled because so it's the person who's drafted it, because we've got there's an actual question of principle that if you've got a position that requires consent, why would you then need a position that requires veto? It doesn't seem to sit with me, and I'm just debating in my own mind, which probably shouldn't do now, is whether you actually need both provisions.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't seem to make any sense.
Councillor Rose, and that must move on.
The question for me is about timing. If we're talking about at the moment when the decision is made, 4.3 is redundant because 4.2 accounts for it. Otherwise, if we oppose it and North Yorkshire support it, it doesn't get approved, but it doesn't get rejected. But if the rejection 4.3 clause is about 3 years later or anything like that, and there isn't a provision about what happens if at some point later, even the same authority suddenly goes, actually, this approach isn't the right approach, what happens in those circumstances? And I think you'd have to go back to the decision making, which means you'd have to have all of your side in support plus the mayor. But I don't think it's clear enough. I think it's worth adding some thought
Okay.
around it.
No, that was helpful. Thank you. Anything else on that page? Top of page 49, moving into top of the page 50. Councillor Mason.
Just to say that 5.6 seems to answer the question about the precept for the fire brigade or fire and rescue service, that it's part of the general component, but has to be kind of split out for approval.
6.5, is that? Okay. Thank you. Anything else on that page? Moving on to top of the page 51. Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you, Chair. Just relating to 6.10A, just regarding the calculating a local council tax, regarding calculating a council tax requirement. Could you just explain what that is there for me? Regarding the specifics of a council tax, does that mean it comes under the authority of the? It doesn't, does it? Come under the authority of the mayor?
Yeah.
Microphone.
Apologies. You'd expect it to be a Director of Resources responsibility, but it is, I will double check, but I'm pretty sure it's there because it's in the legislation as being part of the mayor's responsibilities.
Okay.
Is it it may be related to the potential for a mayoral precept. I'm just guessing, I'm looking at Bryn here.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing it's around the mayoral precept rather than. Yeah. Because the mayor has a power to set a precept.
Not
So it could be
necessarily
in relation
calculations
to that
themselves.
element of it.
Councillor Rose.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be good to clarify what it does and doesn't cover, because at the moment we obviously have a police, fire and crime commissioner part of council tax, but we're not giving the mayor the power to control all of the rest of council tax. So just having some flavour text around what it does cover would be good.
Okay. Anything else on that? Top of the page 51. Moving along to the next page, it talks about power to pay grants and grants to bus operators. The next page just refers to another page. Yeah.
Sorry, this is going back to page 51. To 6.110A only refer to fire, because everything else in that entire section is all to do with fire.
6.110A.
Look, page 51, 6.10.
Apologies, you're right. Paragraph 6 relates to fire and rescue only.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, page 54. Deputy Mayor for Policing and Crime, Fire and Rescue Functions. Anything in there? Councillor Mason?
Feel like the fire expert tonight. But again, it starts, the mayor delegates all fire and rescue functions to the deputy mayor, but obviously we said it could be a committee. So does it need to be kind of / committee, delete as appropriate?
Yep. Okay. Anything else on that that page? If not, moving on to top of page 55, scheme of delegation of functions to chief officers, other officers, and schedule of proper officers. Anything here? Nope. Moving on to top of the page 56. And 57, general delegations to all chief officers. Yep, Councillor Merritt. Microphone.
Para 1.6 deals with consultation. There's a very loose reference to officers considering consulting the CA chair or the mayor. That just feels a bit weak.
Yeah, should consider the advisability of consulting. Should consult.
Yeah.
Should ordinarily consult.
Ordinarily, yes. Yes.
That would seem okay.
Just on that, Chair, I mean, on matters involving the reputation of the combined authority, who the hell is deciding what that is? I think that puts officers in a very difficult situation, that you can beat them over the head with that and say, well, you didn't consult because this affected the reputation. What is the mechanism for them deciding?
Yeah, I think the provision here is a signpost to officers that generally, because it just says particularly, it doesn't say only on matters relating to reputation, that officers should at all times consider whether, when they're exercising a delegation, they need to consult either their head of paid service and or the chair. It would be on a case-by-case basis, in a sense that there can be things that aren't necessarily a requirement to take it through. It's not delegated to the mayor or any of the elected members, but you would naturally make sure they were aware of it. It's kind of that officer member relationship stuff that you'd expect, and it's a bit of a signpost to that they should consider when they're exercising the delegations. Is this something I need to make sure either the head of paid services and or the chair is aware of? And I think the reference to reputational is because we know generally that if anything does impact on the reputation, the first people the media will contact will be either the chair or the head of paid service for a comment. I'm not sure it sits well in a constitution, but it is more around, as I say, that officer member relations protocol that you would expect officers to be live to that issue at all times. Is this something it's within my delegations, but do I need to make sure appropriate other people are aware of what's going on? And I'm not sure you can specify it.
Because we've got, code of
It's
conduct
just that
stuff later,
signpost
isn't it?
there.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe think about whether that's the best place for that to be and how it might be best worded. Okay, so we're on top of the page 56. Anything else on that page? Top of the page 57, general delegations to all chief officers. Councillor Widdowson.
This is a really minor point, and apologies, Susan, before I can say it. Point 2.7, I had to look a word up. So vehement. Is there any way we could change it so it's plain English, which means moving budgets? I know it means moving budgets now, but if we just make it a bit more accessible, obvious. Thank you.
Just put transfer.
Okay. Anything else on that?
It's the one our finance people. I can say that 'cause it's not here. Like,
Anything else on that page? You're at the top of the page 58. No, top of page 59. Councillor Eyre.
It's just that one about 3.8 in terms of publicity and public relations, and it just seemed an odd one to be. Is that something that would normally be to a head of paid service?
So control and coordinate press and media relations, the organisation of press conferences.
Is it the caveat that that's within prescribed policy? I would normally expect a head of paid service to be a PR machine.
Suzanne?
I think it's the day-to-day operation of that. I'm not saying there wouldn't be member involvement, but in terms of who sorts out the, shall we say, the business as usual type stuff around coordinating it, it would fall under the head of paid services delegations, always recognising the input of members, and I'm sure the mayor will have a view on that as and when he or she is elected. But in terms of the function of coordinating press and media, it has to sort of sit within the organisation, and it's the head of paid services. And I think because we know that it's quite a volatile, sometimes quite a volatile area, it seems right that it should be the head of paid service in terms of that officer oversight, recognising, as I say, that in terms of press and media, it's a function that's hand in hand with members.
Okay, thank you. Moving on. Top of page 60, Councillor Merritt.
Yes, 3.12. Can I just clarify, the board is different from the Transport for the North on which the elected members sit? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Right, cracking on now, top of page 61, Councillor Healy.
Page 60.
Yeah.
There's quite a few references in here to fire-related activities. Is the intention to fold in all of the police-related activities in a similar way to the fire activities at some point in the near future?
Yeah. I mean, the fire was a little bit more straightforward, shall we say, in terms of how they operate. The police, because it's not the police functions, it's the Police and Crime Commissioner functions. It's slightly different. So yeah, it's a little bit more nuanced, that. So we're working on that.
Yeah, thank you. Page 61, 62, 63. Councillor Waller.
So could I just ask, on page 63, 4.21, there's reference to €5,000. I'm not really sure why that's in there.
Okay, so noted, I think, noted. If it doesn't, if it needs to be some other denomination, that's fine. Yeah, it's there for a reason, maybe. Anything else on 63? If not, 64. We then get into delegation to the monitoring officer. Councillor Eyre.
Yeah, I would agree with the public speaker from earlier on 4.24 as to why the monitoring officer isn't in charge of information governance.
Sorry, speak up a bit.
Yeah, the 4.24 on page 64, the also about freedom of information governance, that does normally sit with the monitoring officer rather than a finance officer.
I can only say, Chair, that I asked the question and that was the answer I got of where this role should sit. It can sit, and in different places it sits, it sort of shifts between the two. But it can sit with the monitoring officer, it can sit with the Director of Resources. I've no idea why it was preferred that way. It was just the instruction. That
It
was
does
it.
feel given throughout the document, it's the monitoring officer that decides on what information is available and not available to people, that they should be the ones that are dealing with the freedom of information requests.
There does seem to be some logic to that.
I understand that, but you would expect there to be somebody underneath the, and it'll be the management of that function rather than them as an individual. And you would expect them to take legal advice, one would hope, as you do. But as I say, I have no.
Councillor Taylor,
problems.
what do you think?
Thanks, Chair. I mean, you're right, you would expect some sort of workaround to happen, but I think with a document like this, it can't be built on the basis that you would expect things to happen. It's got to be nailed down, and that seems to be quite a distinct function that isn't really financial. It is weird, and it does need addressing. Otherwise, it could skew the recruitment for a start. You know, you want a financial expert in that role, and if someone's at that level, I doubt they'd have acquired a hell of a lot of governance expertise as well with it.
Councillor Rose.
Well, no, cheers.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I echo those points. I think we're talking information security, it makes sense. If we're talking about data risk, it makes sense. But what we're talking about here is determining the right thing to do and internal reviews and complaints. And for me, that's what the monitoring officer's there for. So I back that up as well.
Okay, so are members content for us to recommend that in our view, that function would best sit under the monitoring officer? Okay, thank you. Which now moves us on to delegations to the monitoring officer. And on to top of page 65, any comments on this section? Nope. Carrying on page 66. 67. '68. 69. 70. No. 71. 72. 73. Really boring bingo. No prizes, I'm afraid. 74. Oh. Councillor Waller.
Page 73, item O. It's the only section that quite rightly refers to visits abroad, and surely there should be a provision across all of the authority rather than just people connected with the fire aspect.
Yeah, there is a protocol at section H, which refers to international visits protocol. And I think it's probably just, we need to marry up those two things because there is an actual protocol that applies to everybody else. So we just need to make sure those two are consistent.
Excellent. Thank you. Page 74. On to page 75, schedules of proper officers, head of paid service, section 73 officer, monitoring officer. Some sort of dry legal stuff here, but important nonetheless. Okay, So I think we're done with part 3. On to part 4, committees. Councillor Rose.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I had this more stored up for later, but I think committees is the right place to actually talk about it. So we've got the committees here that are the authority, the business committee, audit and governance, overview and scrutiny. When we then later have the bit about webcasting, it talks about some of them. So it talks about not A&G, but it does talk about overview and scrutiny. Obviously, we talked about the police, fire and crime panel earlier. I think I understand the point made earlier around some of these need a decision at some point. We need a decision before the constitution enshrines something. And is that this is a committee or 2 committees, or is this a panel? And if so, how do we define it? I think we do need to lock down more than just the 3 that are written here and what they mean. Understanding that only 2 of those are statutory requirements, I think we still need the constitution to be coherent from end to end. A year in, it might be changed, but I think for that first year, we need to have something ahead of the mayor being elected, really. That's my tuppence.
What would you propose?
I don't know who the right person to make the decision is, but I guess the 2 heads of the existing local authorities would be the best place to suggest whether we go for a 2 committee or 1 panel, or what that structure looks like around those delegations. I don't think it's for us to. I mean, if we've got opinions, then obviously, but I don't think we're the right authority to make that suggestion or decision. But a decision needs making, I think.
I think you're right, but it would be between now and May, but there needs to be an agreement as to how those functions are going to operate when they transfer in. Absolutely. And it's part of a programme of work that's already been identified. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Before we get to May, we need to understand how the expectation is that those will work. Always understanding that the mayor could come in and make a different decision, but we can at least
anything that
prepare as
needs
best we can.
chairing, anything that needs defining, any processes around that, how they feed into what they have delegated to them, and all of that stuff needs locking in, really.
Councillor Waller.
Thank you. It's a general point on committees. Throughout, you say each member has 1 vote, and then it's to have a casting vote. So it's how you deal with the potential impasse in that.
Yeah, because there is no casting vote at committee level, and that's an order thing, and that's not something that's open for debate.
I'm not sure if it's an order thing, but it's not something that one normally has in committees. There tends to be a sensitivity about having casting votes.
Councillor Merritt on that issue.
Yeah, wanted to raise that issue as well. I mean, if there's no casting votes, then perhaps it just needs to say, if there is not a majority, the proposal is not carried. It just needs to make clear what happens in a tie position.
Bryn, you want to?
If I can, yes, Chair. The order specifies that each member, when it's talking about the proceedings of the committees involved, it's very clear. Each member is to have 1 vote. No member is to have a casting vote. Next section says if a vote is tied on any matter, it is deemed not to have been carried. So it's a provision that's contained in the order.
Yeah, no, that's helpful clarification. Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you. I just have a general point around the political balance on each committee. I understand that there are quite a lot of political independents on North Yorkshire Council compared to City of York Council. Are political independents treated as a political group and will be taken into account in the wider balance? And I suppose that stretches to a different question of, in terms of the makeup, trying to get it as proportional as possible. Is that done if you consider all councillors for York and North Yorkshire together as one, and then do the political makeup?
Was that
a bit of a broad question?
Yeah, Councillor Ray, was that on a similar point?
Yeah, I wanted to make a general point about proportionality, because I've seen, and the papers for the Monday meeting actually have a list of proportionality, and it is a mess in terms of probably the best way I could probably do it. So the answer is those groups do. So the independents are allocated 2 of the 20 seats, and Greens are allocated 1 of the 20 seats. We don't have any of those, so North Yorkshire will have to nominate those 3 out of their 10, which then, when you consider that the York Conservatives don't get 1 either, that means the 7 Conservative members can only come from North Yorkshire, which means neither the Liberal Democrats nor Labour on North Yorkshire Council have any seats on any of the committees. It would have to be 5 Labour and 5 Lib Dem from York being our. I don't know what I mean, the suggestion we had last time was kind of this gets kicked to Dawn and her equivalent in North Yorkshire. I feel like the constitution should give some clarity and steering on how we get around this, because we are going to be in a mess otherwise. That doesn't seem to sit right to me, but the only way we can match proportionality is to do it that way. 7 Conservatives, 2 Independents and 1 Green from North Yorkshire, 5 York Labour, 5 York Lib Dems. That's the only way we can match that.
So without getting into a debate about the how many of each group, is this something that was considered for inclusion in the constitution, or can it be considered for inclusion in the constitution in terms of guidance or rules as to how that all works?
Well, I mean, I will defer a little bit to Bryn on this, but I don't think it is for inclusion in the constitution, because the calculation of proportionality is a legal requirement. It's set out in the order that it has to be proportionate to the membership of the 2 authorities combined together, not separately. And that does then leave you with, as the issue, as you pointed out, that if and I think there are some independents that are grouped within North Yorkshire, and therefore they're entitled to, according to the proportionality, 1 or more seats. If they only exist within one of the authorities, then they have to be from that authority. That is the way it works, and it is the way in which the proportionality rules play out, rather than a change to the rules.
Well, the second part of that question is, if the constituent authorities don't play ball, what then happens? If North Yorkshire nominate 3 Labour councillors, and then what?
Is it, I suppose it's subject to, I would imagine, negotiation and discussion between the constituent authorities? Councillor Rose?
Yeah, I mean, I back up all of that discussion, and we do have an independent and we do have Conservatives here. If that isn't allowed in the proportionality, I mean, whatever happens, we also have to allow for future elections and so on. Very rarely do we end up using the phrase constitutional crisis at a local authority level, but I think that is what we could be potentially talking about. We need to have a constitutional way of resolving it, and it might be leave it up to the mayor to figure out the best way of trying to meet all parties. But we shouldn't be in a situation where no Labour and Lib Dem in North Yorkshire can ever be a representative, or only Lib Dems and Labour in York can be, or future equivalents. So it needs a fix in there somehow, whatever that looks like.
Councillor Merritt had his hand up, then I'll ask Bryn to come in.
It's a similar issue. I mean, clearly there will need to be negotiations, and that perhaps that ought to be specifically identified in the constitution, and that it's a member level discussion subject to meeting the legal requirements, vetting from the monitoring officers.
Yeah. Bryn, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, so if I talk a little bit generally about the overview and scrutiny committee, because I can talk about the numbers from my head on that. So if you think about what the allocations would do across the whole of North Yorkshire and York, the allocation for the governance committee is 4 Conservatives, 3 Labour, 3 Lib Dems, 1 North Yorkshire Independent, because they are grouped as a group of 11 of them, and there's 1 spare place. And the likelihood is that spare place would go to Greens. So you're right, Councillor, that you would then have, of those 12, at least the North Yorkshire Independent and the Green would have to come from North Yorkshire. That leaves them with 4 places. Those 4 places don't necessarily have to go to 4 Conservatives. It's at that stage where you've ruled out what has to come from a specific authority, that the discussions between the leaders on the authorities and their parties would start to take place. So we would expect, for example, that if there are 3 Lib Dem places across that committee, that you would have a conversation with your opposite number in North Yorkshire. You might decide, actually, we only want 2 of those. North Yorkshire can have 1, or they might want. So there is the practical process that all combined authorities go through in order to make this work. Now, as to codifying that in the constitution, that's probably more a protocol for officers to work through rather than an article in the Constitution which sets out how it's supposed to happen. I suppose when you get to a point of deadlock, then whether that's something that then you choose to leave to the mayor to say, well, actually, I'm going to allocate two Lib Dems to York and one to North Yorkshire, and that means the following consequences, or whether you leave it as a vote for the combined authority itself as to how those split works, I think is up for grabs.
So I think the point has been made that there needs to be some expectation set out in the Constitution as to how that will be arrived at in terms of discussion between groups and within groups. I'm not sure how much more we can, other than note members' unhappiness at how it's panning out. In the context of this discussion, I'm not sure how much more we can say. Councillor Eyre.
I think it's just that level of urgency, Chair, that this is a public document. This is going to the meeting on Monday in Northallerton to agree those allocations as I've described it. So this isn't a discussion to go on. That will be the decision taken by the combined authority in 10 days' time, and those allocations will be. So we haven't got time to work that out. It will be pretty much, as far as I can see, will be as I've said. I can't see, I'll throw that to Britain. What I've described as 20 places, and 3 of those are going to North Yorkshire from the North Yorkshire Independents and Green, as that paper says, then that, in effect, what I've said will be enshrined in 10 days' time. Or
If whatever decision is made at that meeting will be the decision, and that's what will happen. We can't change that here, other than not having happened.
But we do have a member,
well,
a member of that who will be making that decision on.
Yeah. But yeah, in terms of we're here to talk about the Constitution, I think that's what we need to focus on. Councillor Hollier.
This is a different thing.
What page are we on?
I'm on page 80 and 81.
Okay.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
So, in terms of the membership of the committee, so 2.1, so the 4 co-opted members, is that something that is a legal requirement? Because that effectively means there's a kind of majority of people on that committee that aren't elected, which I think is quite concerning. But the other part of that is that one of those is an independent standards person, so is only there to deal with conduct and ethical standards, which I guess in the York context sits a bit oddly, because obviously we have a separate standards committee, but presumably it's not felt worth doing that for the combined authority because there's a relatively small number of people that could potentially do something they shouldn't. So in reality, it's a sort of 8-person committee, but there's no casting vote. And half of those are appointed, but by who?
I think
so.
Yeah, carry on. I think just clarify, isn't it a 13-member committee? 4 and 4 from each constituent authority, the 4 appointees and the extra one, the standards person. That's how I read it.
Oh, sorry, I read the 9, then read 4.
9.
I think the co-opted
Suzanne, can you?
I'm sorry, apologies.
A drafting error in the first bullet point under 2.1, Chair. That says 4 co-opted elected members from each of the constituent councils.
And I think co-opted is probably needs to come out. It's
Yes,
not necessary.
I think that should.
4 elected members from each of the so it's 4 from each council and then the independent.
Okay.
Okay,
so
yeah, that will be a 13 then.
So there are 13, 4 from each authority, 4 co-optees and 1 independent.
4 from each authority and the independent. That's my understanding. I'm looking at Bryn to see whether they've got that right.
So that's it, 9.
Well, the Constitution says that there are 4 from each authority and then 4 co-opted members who are independent persons.
There are an additional, apologies, yeah, there are additional 4 co-opted independent members.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure I read it
12
properly.
of whom have a vote all the time, and 1 of whom has a vote when it comes to standards matters.
So to pick up Councillor Hollier's point, a a third of the members have a vote and are not elected. They're not elected members. Yeah. You just turned it off.
So I think, so obviously in York, our independent members don't have a vote, and that seems fair to me because they're basically there, I guess, to provide an outside opinion, but that, you know, and that outside opinion is then taken seriously by the people that do have a vote who were elected and so are accountable for those decisions in a way the independent people aren't. So I'm a bit uncomfortable with them having a vote. Is that something that has to be in there, or?
Yeah, I suppose that's the question. Is it within the gift of the combined authority to choose the 4 independent persons who are on the committee are not voting members?
I'd have to check whether there's anything specific in the order about that. I'm not sure there is, Bryn, but they could choose not to give them voting rights.
Councillor Mason was at some point.
Yeah, I suppose it goes back to, I think 9's the quoracy, so you could have 4 unelected independent members, 4 elected members, and your standards person who doesn't have a vote, and then you get to this point where you're tied on a vote, which could be, you know, the audit committee has I suppose official duties in terms of reviewing things and confirming things or whatever else, but obviously no casting vote. So it just seems again like you're going to get to a position that it could be impossible.
Yeah, I think to pick up Bryn's early point, because it's set out in the order, we don't have the option of choosing to have a casting vote member. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. On that point about quoracy, where paragraph 2.5 says that quorum is 9 members, but then it says that no business can be transacted apart from in relation to the matters referred to in paragraph 10.1. I'm just wondering why quoracy isn't needed for those matters, because some of them are quite significant, like overviewing whistleblowing policy and determining appeals against monitoring officer decisions and everything. Why is quorum not needed for those decisions, but it is for others?
Yeah, is it just have the way it's described, where the same requirements do apply, or it just isn't explained clearly? I don't know. Yeah.
It's except one member must be an independent standards person. So I think
Councillor Healy.
Yeah, on page 82.
If we just on the quorum issue.
Yes, it is actually.
Okay.
No, it's not. It's on.
Okay, so hold that.
I'll hold that thought.
No, I think what 2.5 is saying is that 2/3 of members must be present at the meeting before any business may be transacted, except in relation to the matters referred to in 10.1 F to I, where at least one member must be the co-opted independent standards person. And that's because those functions in particular relate to that person's function. So they have to be there in addition to the quorum, not instead of. So what we're saying is the business cannot be transacted unless there's 2/3 there. But if you're dealing with functions under paragraph 10.1 F to I, the quorum's got to include the independent standards person. So it's in addition to, not instead of.
Okay. At Councillor Holly and then Councillor Rose, did you want to come back on?
Yes, and I'll probably remember in a minute what it was.
Okay, well, while you're remembering, Councillor Rose.
Yeah, just on that point, I don't think that is what it says, but I think if you replace the word except with additionally in relation to the matters referred to, I think that solves that problem.
Yeah. Whilst Councillor Holly is recollecting, paragraph 2.4, chairing the committee. Combined authority will appoint the chair. Is this one of the committees where the chair has to be from a different party to the mayor? Because the overview and scrutiny does.
No, I think the chair will be appointed by the combined authority. I don't think it's a provision that, unlike scrutiny.
Okay.
Because the roles are different. You scrutinise.
Yeah, I just wanted to check whether that was.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Okay, so moving along, top of page 82, Councillor Taylor, sorry.
Forgive me, Chair. Are we saying we want to recommend that this idea of independent members having a vote is something that we'd like to challenge? I mean, for what it's worth, I think we should challenge that.
Yeah, no, sorry, I should have looped back to that. So certainly the opinion has been expressed that the four independent members of the Audit and Governance Committee, in our view, it should mirror the arrangements we have at this authority in terms of they're a member of the committee and take part in the debate, but when it comes to a vote, they don't have a vote. That's what's been kind of suggested, and certainly I would be supportive of that. Just looking for comments from other members. Councillor Hollier.
This is the other two things I remembered, so you might want to come.
Okay, so well that's Councillor Mason on this particular issue.
I agree with that point. Also, 2.4 doesn't make it clear who the chair could be. So maybe that needs tightening up to say it needs to be an elected member, not an independent member.
I don't think it does. I think it can be it can be anyone.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Can we tighten it up?
Oh yeah, so we would want the chair to be an elected member, in addition to only elected members being voting members of the committee. I'm looking around to see if any members would have, and is any dissent to that proposed recommendation? No? Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hollier, you've got new points.
Yeah, so it was on the process to choose the independent members, whether that's set down and sort of who does that. I think in your sort of officer level decision. And then the other thing was just presumably adding in reference to overseeing the constitution and changes to it, which isn't in here at the moment, but I think we talked about earlier.
Yeah, I think in terms of, I think we do come on to that in terms of who decides who gets to oversee any amendments to the constitution.
If it's helpful, Chair, if you look at the top of page 80 under the heading of Audit and Governance Committee, the first sentence starts the YNYCA Audit and Governance Committees oversee all aspects of the combined authority, including mayoral functions. So I think that is a broad enough remit that if it chooses to say, well, we want to review the constitution, that's wholly within that function. It's a choice, but it's certainly not explicit.
I mean, the wording as currently worded, it doesn't prohibit the Audit and Governance Committee from being invited to take part in discussions around a review of the constitution, but it certainly doesn't require Audit and Governance to be involved. And I think that's my sense is that's what members think should proactively be in there. Any dissenting views? No. Unless there's any reason why that can't happen. Okay. Sorry, I'm just scribbling down things before I forget. Okay, so we're top of page 82. Any comments on anything on that page? Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you, Chair. Just on 3.5 there, to require members, including the mayor or officers, to attend before the committee to answer questions on relevant items. There's no limitations on there to when that can happen. The committee could, in theory, call in the mayor or any relevant officers at any meeting if they decided to, and the mayor would be required as part of their duties to attend.
Yeah, the Audit and Governance Committee is a legal requirement. They have to have a committee for a reason, and yeah, if they require them. I mean, obviously, if the mayor was somewhere super important that they could not be at, you'd like to think there'd be a bit of flexibility about the date, but yes, they would have to attend.
Okay, Councillor Rowley. Microphone. Sorry.
Sorry, forgive me. Yeah, bottom of page 82, point 4.1, approval of of accounts, talks about the Chief Constable of North Yorkshire Police. There's no reference there to the Chief Fire Officer.
Yep, can that be added? Yep, thank you. Councillor Mason.
Just back to 3.5, it says to require members, but obviously there'd be people that potentially could be appointed that aren't members of the authority and maybe not officers. I don't know if a deputy mayor was appointed, if they're classed as an officer, but they're not obviously a member. I don't know how those type of people would be compelled. Just a thought. And obviously, again, it says approval. Well, what if you can't get a majority? I don't know how you put a caveat into those situations.
Are you suggesting a change or just another?
Well, I think if we don't have a powers of a casting vote,
Yeah, which we don't. So.
I don't know what you would. It feels like there needs to be some mechanism for dealing with situations like that where you've got to, approve under delegated powers, but you can't because you're tied. I don't.
Yeah. I think that's just the way. That's just the way it is.
But how can you approve? Yeah.
Okay, so ploughing on page 83, page 84. Audit. Councillor Merritt.
Yeah. In terms of the approval of the accounts, there's no mention of the fire and rescue budget as such. I assume that's under the mayoral general fund, but perhaps it's worth making that clear. And the other issue is para 5.8. Sorry, I think I've got the wrong number there. Receives the report of the chair of the Joint Independent Audit Panel. That's in regard to the police side. Is this actually a meaningful arrangement if there's a separate Joint Independent Audit Panel for the police and crime? And if the report comes here, are members actually able to ask questions about it?
Well, I would expect that members should be allowed to ask questions, otherwise what are they receiving? It would be coming to the meeting. It is something we have to consider, but at the moment I think we've included it because it does exist at the moment. And so in a sense, initially it needs to come somewhere within the ambit of the combined authority. So we've settled on the audit committee being the right place for it, but yes, it would be to receive it and ask questions about it.
Right. It's just the use of the word receive tends to give the impression that it's a rubber stamping exercise.
Well,
I wonder if we could perhaps re-look at the word.
Well, it wouldn't be for them to approve, it would be to receive it.
Yeah. And comment and question.
Yeah.
So,
right.
But yeah, if you can have to think about how that.
Receive and examine. Yeah.
Councillor Mason.
Again, I don't know how the statutory function and the statutory responsibility of the police and crime panel is affected by the devolution. I'm not sure it is at all. So I don't know if that still has a statutory role in reviewing that anyway. But again, that's totally outside of this because it's its own legal thing. Anyway, 5.1 is reviewing corporate governance arrangements, agreeing codes of corporate governance. I wonder if that should be an annual review of corporate governance. So there's some kind of, it's not just every term, there's something built in to say how often that happens.
Anyone feel strongly about that? Review, regularly review, I don't know, periodically review. I suppose it suggests it happens at set intervals because it goes on to talk about other reviews, but yeah, if the point could be noted in terms of if some expectation given about frequency. So we're on page 83, 84, 85. Yeah, Councillor Merritt.
There's a reference to in terms of the external audit as appropriate, which doesn't seem very appropriate.
Which paragraph is that?
Yeah,
okay.
I missed the Yes, 9.1.
As appropriate. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it adds much to words as appropriate.
They've got a report.
Yeah.
Yeah, not as appropriate. They've got a report.
Yes. I'm sure they will. It's yeah, a drafting point.
I think what it's saying is if it's appropriate to report it to the mayor, then it goes to the mayor. If it's appropriate to report it to the full combined authority, that's where it goes. So if it's a mayoral function, it would report to the mayor. If it's a combined authority function, it would report it to the combined authority. Does that make more sense, Councillor?
Right. Well, perhaps if you say to whichever is appropriate, it
Yeah.
might make it clear as
It should
opposed to
perhaps
its
say-
expression.
It should perhaps say recommendations to the York and North Yorkshire Combined Authority or the mayor, because then the as appropriate makes sense, if you see what I'm saying.
Councillor Rose?
Yeah, I think to either the authority or the mayor as appropriate makes logical sense. I think it doesn't as it stands.
Okay. Councillor Mason?
6.3, approve but not direct the risk-based internal audit plan.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
6.3, which is approve but not direct the risk-based internal audit plan. I think here we have a bit more in terms of, you know, making sure things are on the internal audit. Maybe the priority might be changed, or a bit more flexibility, that we're not saying this is what we want to go and investigate, but I'm sure we have much more, or it feels like we have much more of an input when we talk to officers about what we feel the priorities of certain areas. So I don't know if there's a way to reflect that maybe, yeah, taking on board the views of members in terms of priority or something, I don't know. But it feels like otherwise they could put they could put loads of things at the top of the pile that we don't think are important, and things at the bottom could go all the way to the bottom and never get touched.
Okay, so again, it's a drafting point, I think. Not changing the meaning, just making it a bit more explicit. Okay, moving on. I'm in paragraph 10 on page 85. Page 86. Councillor Mason.
Sorry, 6.4, first bullet point, internal audit performance, including key findings. Is there anything we can build in there about us having full access to audits, which we do at York? We get a full copy of every audit that's done. Otherwise, if it's just kind of key findings, it could just be, you know, one-page summary of we found this and we're going to do this, opposed to us being able to see the detail.
Uh, 6.5 was it?
6.4. First bullet
See the reports and assurances.
Yeah. This is including key findings.
And I will say, Chair, on that first bullet point under 6.4, that would now reflect the City of York's practice, that the committee openly receives effectively a key report. It behind the scenes then privately receives completed internal audit reports.
We say behind the scenes.
They are circulated on a confidential basis to members of the Audit and Governance Committee,
right,
in their entirety.
Okay.
But we still get those as a member of the Audit and Governance Committee. We're not just selected at random. So it feels like it needs to be enshrined somewhere that we would still get access to those documents.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose a drafting point to just make it clear what members would have access to. Okay, moving. Councillor Merritt.
Yeah, the last two sub-paragraphs, K and L, don't actually relate to the member conduct and their ethical standards. So I think it's just a drafting issue. There perhaps need to be other responsibilities or
paragraph. Sorry,
K and L, the last two in section 10.
All right. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Whistleblowing in Code of Corporate Governance.
Again, they need to be there somewhere, Chair, but not necessarily in that spot.
Yeah.
There need to be separate paragraphs rather than sub-paragraphs. Okay. Out.
Yeah, so drafting issue. Councillor Healy, you had your hand up?
Just a question more than anything else. Page 86K. Do we have whether it's J, sorry. Do we have an ethical governance document policy? I've never heard of that term.
To report from time to time on ethical governance within the combined authority.
I've literally never heard of that term. used in the context of whilst I've been here?
It usually refers to compliance with, rather than functional things, to basically how you conduct yourself, qualities, fairness, complaints, and whether you've got everything in place that enables people to be comfortable that not only are you following process correctly, but it's within the context of a culture, for want of, I don't like to use that word because it means lots of different things, but within the culture of an organisation that operates ethically. So you have fair policies, you have, as we've discussed, a direct approach to compliance with human rights, and that you're operating your governance processes in a way that meets those ethical requirements. It is a fairly new thing, but I think it's quite important because you can have lots and lots of processes, but if actually you're not live to, are they meeting the needs of protected people with protected characteristics? So can they access your complaints procedure? So yes, you can complain, but you can only do it this way. So that might not meet the needs of somebody who might want to complain, but doesn't have the ability to do it in the way in which you're directing. So it's around whether your governance processes meet what you'd expect in terms of their ethical standards, if that makes sense.
I don't think anyone have any problems. That'd be helpful to understand what it means. Councillor Rowley?
Yeah, on the same point, Chair, on J, it's a little bit woolly to report from time to time. So does that you make a report at the beginning of the year and then you don't report for another 10 years? It's just far too woolly. If it's going to be in there, it's got to be something that's substantive and challengeable, but just from time to time. Just it's pointless.
Yeah, no, I think again a drafting point in terms of is a better way we can describe that so it's clear that it wouldn't be a once in a blue moon. Okay, so moving along. Oh, sorry, Councillor Melly.
I just wanted to point out, Chair, that the paragraph 11.1 explains quoracy much more clearly, I think, than the previous paragraph, which I misunderstood earlier, which was not very well worded. So instead of you writing it from scratch, maybe just mirror that one. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Rose.
Yeah, mine's on the delegation section 11. I don't like it as my short statement. Okay. What it says is you can basically delegate every single part of the committee's authority to subcommittees that only need a quoracy of 3. So you could just create an audit subcommittee and a governance subcommittee that are always quorate at 3 people because you're struggling to get 9 people to a main meeting and it has the full authority of the committee all the way through. I don't think that's what it's intended to imply, but maybe it needs a little bit more safeguarding around what those subcommittees are lawfully permitted to do. It also doesn't say how many people should be members of subcommittees, so I don't know if it implies that a subcommittee exists and every member is invited to that subcommittee, but only 3 have to turn up, or if it's supposed to be a sub delegacy of the main committee. So I just think there's a little bit of stuff in there that needs a bit of thought around how that works in practice. Secondary point on the same thing is just that quorum is very small compared to the membership. The business committees a quarter of 2 different categories, and then we've got 2/3 for other committees. Potentially we've got 2 more committees that could be added onto the list that might have different quotas. So when you asked earlier if there's any suggestions, my suggestion is that all committees should be consistent. If there's business at a certain level, then it needs 2/3. A&G might be all of their business, for example, but it probably isn't. And for anything else, what quorum do you need to have a conversation? If the business meeting is there for advisory, that doesn't mean you can't have similar content at the other committees. So I think there's a bit of tidying up around what quorum looks like and how those subcommittees work. And each committee probably wants the same subcommittee rules, I think, as well. So whatever you do here, you can flow through the other committees as well.
Yeah, so consistency in quoracy and I suppose it's addressing the risk that things will be delegated to a subcommittee with a sort of wildly different number of members and quoracy. Yeah. Councillor Mason.
Just briefly on quoracy, I was going to pick up 12.1 on the business committee. I just think 3 people is just too little. So just an observation while you're writing notes on quoracy.
Yeah. Okay. Business committee, page 87. Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you. This is just a general question regarding the business committee. As far as I can tell, it's separate from the audit and governance and scrutiny committee in the sense that it doesn't have that responsibility to compel the mayor to attend, like we spoke about earlier. The other scrutiny and overview can, audit and governance can, business can't. I was just wondering if there's a reason for that. I understand that might have something to do with the makeup of the committee, but I understand maybe there's a case for allowing that if we're allowing the other two committees to do so.
Well, it is a very different committee in that it doesn't have decision-making powers. It's an advisory committee. There's some suggestion that the mayor may want to sit on the business committee and may want to chair it because of the nature of the discussions it's having, but it's not scrutinising in the same way as the audit and governance committee is and the scrutiny committee, and it's not holding the combined authority to account in the same way as those two committees are legally required to do. So in that sense, it's not required. As I say, it's an advisory committee which will then present its findings, its anything advised to the combined authority as a whole, which can then be scrutinised. So in a sense, the scrutiny committee can come in then at that point and decide it wants to have a look at that.
Thank you. Any other comments on business committee? Councillor Healy?
It's a general point on all of the committees, actually, just to make sure that at some point we pick up the public participation points around.
That part, we'll come to that in part 5, I think.
Going to come to that in part 5, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we mustn't forget that. Councillor Rose.
Yeah, I guess a question on the legal status of it as an advisory committee. I know it only has to be advisory, it isn't legally required to be a decision-making, but can it be a decision-making committee, given that there's a large amount of sort of economic powers in the mayor's role? Is there some merit in actually attributing it some element of decision-making, even though it probably won't come at most meetings? What are the rules?
Did you want to answer on that point, Councillor Douglas?
Yeah, I don't know, obviously, the full legal outline of that, but do understand that in West Yorkshire that the mayor's considering giving the business committee some delegated power. So I do think it's possible, but it's likely for down the road.
Thank you. Councillor Merritt, then Councillor Melly.
Obviously, a key component of the success of business is the workforce. And I just wondered whether we shouldn't be looking to ask that there is some representation for people who actually work in business, not necessarily just the top.
Our trades union representatives as well. Yeah. Councillor Douglas.
Yeah, I've actually had that conversation with the interim director of transition, James Farrell, whatever his title is, and apologies to James. He has suggested that he thinks that that's a good idea, and I was in agreement with that. So it's very fluid as to who can be on that committee, and it is definitely being considered.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question about what was just said about maybe the mayor wanting to chair this committee, because paragraphs 4.2 and 4.3 on page 89 say that the mayor will appoint a chair from the private sector and the chair will be a non-voting member of the cabinet of the combined authority. So does the constitution, as you know, as in front of us, not prevent what you're just saying the mayor might want to have the ability to do?
It doesn't prevent it. As I say, it's a matter for the mayor. I'm not sure that the mayor, it would very much depend on what sort of mayor you get and what his or her priorities are. As things stands, the mayor can appoint the chair, and the chair does attend the combined authority meetings in a non-voting capacity, and that reflects what we expect the starting point to be. It very much depends on, as I say, how the mayor wants to interact within their role.
But would that not require a change to the constitution?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. But there's lots of things the mayor may or may not wish to do which will require changes to the constitution, and we're sort of anticipating that as a process. Once the mayor has been elected and takes up office, there will be discussions then with the mayor as to how he or she would want to operate, and at that point changes will need to be made to the constitution to accommodate that within the legal requirements.
So if at this point it's considered acceptable and maybe even expected that the mayor might want to chair the committee, then why is it deemed necessary to write this in now to say that they can't?
We don't know. I think at this point, we would expect the mayor perhaps to want a settling in period and for the committee to continue as we expect with its existing chair that will be appointed. We're just anticipating all options, but that's a starting point.
Okay.
It's
Just
an
in-
advisory
in-
committee and non-decision making, so the mayor may decide they simply are not that interested. It may be something they're really interested in. We just don't know at this stage. So it's a starting point.
Just in terms of the constitution being as short and succinct and accessible as possible, it kind of seems like these two paragraphs are completely unnecessary. Like we're writing in rules that don't need to be there and that might then just be removed.
Okay, well, point made, I think, and you can reflect on that. Did you have your hand up, councillor Healy?
Super quickie, where in this document does it outline the functions of the cabinet? Because I think this is the first time we've come across that term. 4.3.
Yeah, that needs to be taken out because there is no cabinet, because the provisions in the legislation around the split between full council and cabinet functions do not apply to combined authorities.
Okay.
So I need to take that out. I think some authorities, the larger combined authorities, do have something akin to a cabinet, and that might be where that slipped in from the drafting, the larger authorities. But there's no specific, the cabinet would be a subcommittee of the combined authority. I'm looking at Bryn, rather than a cabinet full council split as we understand it in local government. So it's because you've only got 5 members, 2 from each council and the mayor, you wouldn't expect there to need to be a cabinet. And from the discussions you've had, the expectation is that they will meet monthly. So you'd expect them to deal with the business that way. So we'll pick that up.
Councillor Rose?
Yeah, I can confirm that's the only reference to a cabinet or an executive in the entire document. But piggybacking off what was said a moment ago, I think 4.2 and 4.3 should be fixed by, for now, taking out from the private sector members from 4.2. So it just says the mayor will appoint a chair and it leaves it up to mayor's discretion. And 4.3 should take out that first sentence so that the chair doesn't have to be a non-voting member if we think they might want to be a voting member of the cabinet. I think that entire sentence can be removed, and then the vice chair is appointed to act as a substitute. I think that cleans up both points that have just been made.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mason?
I disagree with that. I think it's a business committee. It needs, if it is going to have a chair, I think it needs to be driven by a business sector chair. I wouldn't want it to be driven by a civil servant or a local government employee, whatever you want to call them. Which you could allow for if you did sit out.
Councillor Rose?
Which I don't have any opposition to. Do we want to restrict the powers of the mayor to say that they can't elect themselves as chair if that's something they might want to do, as was discussed earlier? So are we going to say this is what the power of the mayor ends, or are we saying they can choose anybody, but at the moment we've limited it just to the private sector as an interim thing? I think it should be a permanent decision if we are limiting the mayor's power in that way.
I don't think we can. I think they just change it themselves. I think that's what this allows. The whole constitution allows.
Okay. Councillor Healy?
The definition of private sector, would that exclude us asking, for instance, the chairman of LNER to be on here?
Would it exclude
would it exclude the chairman of LNER being on here? So it's a public body that there's a lot of private.
That's a very interesting discussion, but I don't think it's one that we need to have.
Oh. We're at that point.
On a Monday night, with due respect. A good question, though. Good question. Any other comments on the business committee? Okay. What I propose we do is we'll finish off from page 95 on the overview and scrutiny committee, take a short break. And then I think we must do part 5. And then we may need to take a view whether it's feasible to carry on with parts 6 onwards. Just because people are yawning and it becomes infectious after a while. Any further comments on the business committee? No. Okay. So page 95 onwards, overview and scrutiny committee. See, we've kind of had the debate about proportionality, so we don't need to repeat that. Anything jumping out at people from the overview and scrutiny section. Councillor Rose.
Not until you say the end of that and then type in the section.
Well, is anything specifically on overview and scrutiny? Councillor Merritt.
Yes, it comes back to some of the issues that were raised by the public speakers. I mean, in our scrutiny arrangements, members of the public can suggest scrutiny topics. And I would have thought that's, again, something that there should be the provision in terms of public involvement specifically allowed for in an appropriate place in this section, which might be around paragraphs 3.1 I and J.
Was there any dissent to that? The facility for members of the public to be able to not require but propose to overview and scrutiny topics that they may wish to look at. No? Okay. Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to try and understand at the start of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee area, the Combined Authority must establish one or more Overview and Scrutiny Committees. Then it goes on just to refer to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee in the single tent, in this sense, it's just a single entity. I'm a member of one of the scrutiny committees for West Yorkshire Combined Authority, and that's the economic one. It also has a number of others. Is there any sort of scope within this to outline what specific areas? But is it currently envisaged that there would only be one scrutiny committee for all areas, or would there be scope to put scrutiny committees together for each individual area?
Yeah, Councillor Douglas.
The conversation that's been had around that is that because it is very early days in the combined authority and the business that's being transacted is relatively limited, that one overview and scrutiny committee is likely enough, but as things develop and business gets more complicated quite quickly, it could be that others come in, and I thoroughly expect that will be the case.
Councillor Mellings.
And that is the case of what happened in West Yorkshire Combined Authority when it was first established as a combined authority with a mayor. There was only one scrutiny committee, and then as it got more established and all of the procedures were more practiced, then they created two more and divvied up the workload.
Councillor Rowley.
Thanks, Chair. Top of page 95, I'm just slightly confused, which may have something to do with the time. But point 2, composition. It says that there'll be 12 members appointed by the combined authority from elected members of the constituent councils. And then the next paragraph says the overview and scrutiny committee will have at least one member from each constituent council. I'm slightly confused, and whether I am the only one that's confused, I don't know. But can someone just?
I think, Chair, that's a drafting error that needs to be.
Yeah. But the paragraph before says that there has to be 12 from the constituent councils. Yeah.
Yes.
And then the next paragraph says that.
Yes, that second paragraph needs to be deleted.
Well, exactly. So is that?
No, good spot, Councillor Rowley. You're right. It needs to come out because it contradicts.
I mean, it can come out because it's unnecessary, but I think that's the provision in the order that there must be at least one member from each constituent authority on the scrutiny committee, but it's not necessary when you've got a provision that says there's 6 from each, so it can come out.
And sorry, Chair, if I might just, the next paragraph, in making appointments to the overview and scrutiny committee, the combined authority will have regard to any nominations made by the constituent councils. I don't quite understand why that's in there.
It's because because the appointments are made by the combined authority, but who you want on there comes from the constituent authorities. So what that's politely saying is you'll appoint the people put forward by the constituent authorities, because it's a combined authority appointment, not a constituent council appointment.
I'm with you. Okay.
So it's a polite way of saying
that you will.
You'll put the people on who they put forward. If you don't mind, thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Melley, I suppose it is polite, but perhaps too polite. Anyway, Councillor Melley.
The paragraph above says each constituent council will appoint 6 members. It says that the constituent councils appoint the members.
Microphone, sorry.
Apologies, sorry. Yeah, I'll check that drafting, but I'm pretty sure the terms of the order are that they're appointed by the combined authority, because the constituent authorities appoint the members from their councils to the combined authority. The combined authority then appoints to the committees, is my understanding.
Councillor Rowley?
Sir Chair, I'm so sorry, but again, at the bottom of page 96, political balance, hopefully this might just assuage some of the concerns that members have. That in appointing members of the overview committee, the combined authority must ensure that members of the committee, taken as a whole, reflect, where possible, the political parties. So in other words, that's where we're able to have that political balance, so that it's, I don't know, I guess I'm asking a question, but we're making a statement at the same time. Really.
No, it's fine. We had the discussion in the context of A&G, and that we might not be able to appoint the people we might otherwise want to appoint. Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering if it's normal for the people being scrutinised to appoint who's scrutinising them?
Yeah, because in the same way as City of York Council appoints the school committees.
Well, in that example, we have like a powerful leader and executive who are making the decisions, and it's not them who appoint members of scrutiny committees, it's the full.
No, but they are the
council that
controlling group in the council chamber.
Councillor Prince.
I understand what you say. I do understand the point you're making, but there isn't a split in a combined authority. So the combined authority has to appoint. But in the same way as I take your point, it's a full council appointment, but there is a council, there is a controlling group on council who have more votes. Usually,
if I can
not
assist
always.
and perhaps shortcut the issue. The appointments are actually governed by a 2017 order. So it's actually before our order was made. I'll give you the snappy title of that just for reference. The Combined Authorities Overview and Scrutiny Committees Access to Information and Audit Committees Order 2017. Paragraph 4 of that states that paragraph 4.1, the combined authority must A, appoint such a number of members of each of the constituent councils to an overview and scrutiny committee, and so on and so forth. So it is explicit in the order that it is the combined authority that does the appointing.
Okay. Any other comments on the overview and scrutiny section? If not, I suggest we have another 5-minute comfort. Councillor Rowe.
Tail end of the committee section before we move past the committee section, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Just one comment from earlier when there was a question around suggestions around committees. If we end up with a police and crime committee and a fire and rescue committee, it makes sense. We've only got transport and economic development as functions that aren't covered by it. If economic development is effectively covered by business committee, it makes sense to also have a transport committee. So my suggestion would be, if we go down the committee model for that, you've got one section that has its own committee for any mayoral business that involves transport, which arguably is the most dominant of business, I would guess, on a committee level. So just a thought.
Yeah, the possibility of transport committees has already been picked up, and I think what we would like to see, or not me, but is working through a little bit better on how that's going to work. But I think there is an acceptance that it may be sensible to have a transport committee to deal with those functions.
I think if you end up with a police, fire and crime panel that's separate to that, then you end up with a 2-tier committee system. But if they're all treated as consistent committees and subcommittees, then that works well. Yes.
Okay. Committee consistency. That's what we should aim for. We'll have a 5-minute break. We must get through rules of procedure, because that's something that has attracted a fair few comments. Part 6, financial procedures, there's a whole lot in there. Realistically, we're not going to have the time or the alertness to go through. Part 7, codes and guidance. Part 8, members' allowances are done. I think we're going to have a chance to get to those, and we'll need to think at the end of the meeting how we corral comments that members have come to the committee wanting to make. Councillor Merritt?
Yes, I think there is one big issue about members' allowances, and that's the issue of whether members of scrutiny are paid or not paid, and members of audit and governance are paid or not paid. But I think we ought to discuss
Yeah.
if not the detail of the
The
actual
principle,
section.
yeah, no, that's a fair point. Okay, let's have a 5-minute break and get back together just after 1:45, please. Okay, members, let's start our final session. So, you okay? So we now on section part 5, rules of procedure. So I'll invite members, any point from page 100 onwards to indicate comments. Councillor Mason.
I kick us off, and it was raised by the public speaker as well, but point 8 was about notice of meetings. And I think almost to me, I know there's a legal element of where you've got to put your notice, as we found out recently, but I don't see why it shouldn't be posted at Northallerton and at York, and maybe not even other locations. If it's York and North Yorkshire, I don't see why as an absolute basic it should be York and Northallerton and then anywhere else. And I get there's a distinction between where you've got to legally publish it, but I don't see why we can't be better than that.
So would anybody disagree that?
If I can assist, Chair, it is my understanding when I worked at Bradford that we published the combined authority notices in Bradford, even though the office was Leeds, and I understood that was done by every constituent authority. So as a point that Bryn made earlier, yes, you've to have a registered office, but I see no reason why both councils can't publish the notices. It seems a sensible thing to do, and as I say, I mean, it's a while ago since I was at Bradford, but it seemed to be custom and practice back then that each constituent authority published the notices in the normal ways they published other notices.
And if that can be reflected in the wording of the constitution, that would be helpful. I think Councillor Whitcroft, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It was also in relation to some things brought up in the public participation, but also regarding this 6-month rule. Yeah, I know it was suggested that it should be slightly longer. I just don't know what if you could explain a bit more about the 6-month rule and about what this implication
Which
may.
paragraph are we looking at?
Sorry, page 104, paragraph 10.5.
Paragraph 10? 10.
10 point, sorry?
Which paragraph number, sorry?
10.5.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry, Chair, just forgive me. I don't want to go back to something that we've already discussed. So my quick point was about the notice of meetings.
Okay.
If I might be,
yeah.
Forgive me, Councillor. So all it was really was that if we are going to suggest that notices are posted both at County Hall and at West Officers, the issue that we may have is if one of those two venues don't post the notice, what repercussions are there in terms of the validity of the meeting? That's my only concern.
Okay.
It would have to be published at the registered office, which is Northallerton at the moment, subject to the suggestions you're making. So it would have to be published at Northallerton. What my suggestion is, in my knowledge, it's been custom and practice to post notices in all the other constituent authorities, but it would have to be, and I'm looking at Bryn, it would have to be published at the office you designate as the registered office.
And sorry,
in order to fulfil the legal requirement.
That's what I was trying to get at. So if for any reason it wasn't posted, anywhere else, the legitimacy of the meeting is not affected because of that's. Thank you.
Okay. So on Councillor Whitcroft's point.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to sort of check alongside what I mentioned earlier. Just want to check about the provisions that there were for recording the meetings to make sure that those recordings remain present, to make sure that that sort of improves the accessibility. I understand that is currently the case with this area. I'm afraid I don't know about North Yorkshire and whether that will be carried over into the combined authority.
I have to say, my expectation is that they would be recorded. I'm not sure, and that's only because I haven't asked the question, but we can certainly ask those questions in terms of how the meetings are going to be recorded. I mean, they'll obviously be minuted in the usual way, but in terms of the recording and availability for, you would hope so, because there's a number of members who will not be present at the meetings, so will be interested in what goes on at these meetings. So I'm suggesting there will be probably quite a strong will from both councils for that to be the case.
So I'll invite members on that issue of webcasting and Councillor Melly was your point on that issue.
Oh, no, it was in response to the earlier point about notices being.
Yeah, carry on.
Well, just that in this constitution, it doesn't say that the notice about the meeting will be posted at the registered office of the combined authority. It says it has to be posted at County Hall, Northallerton.
Yeah.
So, you know, if the designated office is changed in the future, that doesn't necessarily change the constitution. And it means that North Yorkshire is guaranteed to always have a notice posted in their local authority and York isn't, regardless of what the registered office is.
Yeah, so I think, the wording, we agreed to amend the wording to say notice will be posted at all constituent authorities as well as the registered office, wherever that may be. Yeah. Councillor Rose, yeah. I'll come back to it, yeah. Councillor Rose?
Yeah, my main remaining substantive point was that exact thing around page 103's point around public participation, well, public attendance, the public nature of the meeting, and page 211's bit around the webcasting. And it says that there are only 3 committee meetings that are live streamed. It says they're only kept online for 6 months. It doesn't say anything about anything else. This one says that meetings have to be public, doesn't say they have to be accessible, doesn't say that people can join remotely if there isn't a webcast for that particular committee. It includes subcommittees here, but it doesn't include subcommittees in the other place. And obviously it doesn't include committees that don't exist in the constitution yet. All of that is clunky, but I think taking aside, obviously meetings will be available for the members of the public to rock up, whether they're Northallerton or otherwise. The bit around keeping them online for more than 6 months is really important. The bit around making sure the public have the ability to go and ask questions, and it might be questions they submit in advance or something, as we do for other committees outside of council committees. But I think it is a really important area of that openness we talked about earlier, to make sure that we do have mechanisms for the public, and as one of the members of the public said earlier, also us as members who want to bring something to the combined authority.
Okay, no, that's fine. So
yeah, all those points kind of need addressing,
Sure.
I think, on this.
I'll invite further comments on that issue, then we can think about what recommendation we might want to make. Councillor Merritt, then Councillor Taylor.
Yes, there's an awful lot that needs to be covered in terms of ensuring, openness and effective accountability and public involvement. So in terms of meeting agendas, I'd like to suggest that we ought to have an additional clause which basically requires the agenda to include a public speaking section. That's, I think, one way that we could guarantee that particular aspect. I think in terms of the webcasting and meeting recordings, again, that is something that ought to be in the constitution. It's quite fundamental to that public transparency and accountability, and I think could sensibly be an additional paragraph in section 15, which deals with proceedings and the recording of them and so on. One of the other issues that that I've had an approach on is how we deal with the confidential items. We have, I think, a very good practice in York where there is a covering paper which is public, which gives a broad indication of what is being dealt with in the confidential paper. And that is not covered at the moment in this constitution. So I think that's something that we need to ensure, that the public at least know what in general terms, what is being discussed. Obviously the confidential aspects have to remain confidential. There's an issue in terms of part 5B 21.3 in terms of rights of access to see papers. I think, it ought to be stated much more positively that members have the right to access confidential information unless the monitoring officer has a proper reason for saying no. It's a bit more, the wording at the moment is a bit weighted the other way round.
Just to clarify, when you say members have access, are you talking
Yes.
about members of the constituent authorities?
Members of the authority and scrutiny,
Okay.
people who are appointed to the various parts of the combined authority.
Okay. Any other points?
I do, yeah. Let somebody else come
Okay,
in and I'll.
councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. First one's a point, second one's a question that could lead to a point. So we've touched on notice of meetings. I think 8.1, it says at least 5 clear working days. I think that's really poor. I think we should be going for 10 and maybe settle on 7 as a compromise. And, you know, for the lay public to sort of be able to, you know, pick up notice of these things and understand what's going on within 5 working days. It's going to be hard enough for councillors to do that, to be honest. That's one thing. And the other thing, and it might not be an issue, I might just be reading it wrong. It's 15.1 and it's on minutes. I don't know, scrolling down the page. It's on page 106, yeah. And yeah, correct me if I'm getting it wrong, but does that say that the combined authority will basically sign off on minutes from meetings that, so for example, is that saying it will sign off on the minutes of the overview and scrutiny committee? Because surely the overview and scrutiny committee members should be signing off on those minutes at the following meeting.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? I might be reading it wrong though.
It's where committee or any committee or subcommittee is acting under the delegated authority. I need to look at that, but I don't think that's the intention. I think it's where the combined authority sets up a subcommittee to deal with something and then reports back to the committee in the same way. But I think I agree with you, the wording's not helpful, but I don't think the intention is that the scrutiny committee minutes will be signed off by the combined authority.
Yeah.
Mainly because it's unlikely the combined authority members would be at that committee, so
Exactly,
they're not in a position to sign
Yeah.
off the minutes.
Yeah, it's like
So
the wording
it's
could
where
be
it's a subcommittee. I'll
clarified.
have a look at that. We need to just check that wording.
Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. Just in direct response to what Councillor Taylor was saying, on page 115, under notice of meetings and access to agenda and reports for a meeting, it actually doesn't say 5 working days, it just says at least 5 clear days. On paragraph 4.1 and paragraph 5.2, it's not even 5 clear working days, it's just 5 clear days. So definitely not long enough. Were you also calling on me because I had my hand up earlier, or just so I could respond directly to what was said?
Please, yeah.
Thank you. On page 102, paragraph 4.5 says that a member appointed as vice chair shall hold such office the remainder of the year in which the vacancy occurred. That should probably be subject to certain rules, maybe reference back to paragraphs 3.3, 3.4 and 3.6, because otherwise you could end up with the vice chair who is no longer a member of the local authority and that sort of thing. And I also wanted to ask about paragraph 11.4 on page 105, which is about if a meeting is held and the mayor, deputy mayor and vice chairs are absent, how they go ahead to select someone to chair the meeting. I just don't understand how there could possibly be a situation in which that could arise, because if the mayor and deputy mayor and vice chairs are all missing, that's a minimum of 3 people. And then there'd only be a maximum of 2 people left, and chorus is 3. So I just wasn't sure. I didn't understand that paragraph. I wasn't understand what it was trying to say. And I wasn't sure if it was actually necessary at all.
Yeah, I don't think it's needed.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Rose. No. Yeah, Bryn.
Just for assistance on the 5 clear days point, that's the language that's used in the 1972 Act. So it is taken as 5 clear working days. So the 72 Act says publication has to happen 5 clear days ahead of the meeting. So it's not an unusual form of language. I appreciate it's not clear, but that's what the primary legislation falls to.
And that's the minimum requirement.
It probably should be clear in the constitution so that the public
Well,
can understand it
as I
without
say,
being a
it-
solicitor.
From the constitutional perspective, it is legitimate to simply cite what the legislation says and not have to clarify it further. We aren't expected to rewrite the 72 Act because Parliament couldn't be bothered to do it properly.
We can help understanding of what it actually means, I think, is what we're saying.
Yeah, and there's a definition of days, as in working days and not including bank holidays and, you know, statutory holidays.
Excluding weekends.
Yeah.
Councillor Rose.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we have to minimally do. I agree with Councillor Taylor's point earlier that it should be 10 working days, and that takes away all the kind of confusion around language as well.
I mean, I feel it, well, no, we'll capture any further thoughts, then we'll go through everything and decide what is a reasonable recommendation to make. Any further issues picked up in this section? Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. Again, a question. At the bottom of page 107, it says a member at the conclusion of a speech of another member may move without comment that the question now be put or move to the vote, etc. In our constitution, you can only do that if you haven't already spoken in the debate. Whereas that provision isn't here in this constitution. I was just wondering, like, why the difference, why it would be necessary in one and not the other. And
I think it reflects a small number of members, because, you know, they might have had quite a wide-ranging discussion. And if you said that you couldn't do it if you haven't spoken in the debate, I would expect that most of the members of the combined authority will discuss something in every debate. So I think it was just to reflect the fact that you didn't want to exclude that provision or the ability to use that provision, because, as I say, there's such a small number of members in a full council of 47 members or 90 odd as it is in North Yorkshire. There's likely to be members who haven't spoken in the debate, but there isn't here.
A couple of points I picked up. The page 130, section C, overview and scrutiny committee rules. Paragraph 2.2 talks about this overview and scrutiny committee comprising 20 members. That just used.
It's just a drafting. I haven't picked that one out.
And it makes no mention of how those members will be allocated. So I think it just needs to be aligned with what we say earlier. Page 137 talks about call-in procedures, which all looks fine, apart from there's no provision as to what to do where there are multiple call-ins of the same decision. And it's something that we had recently here, where I think you just had the wording, you know, the chair will, it'll be the chair's discretion how to proceed where the same decision is called in by two groups of 3 councillors. So maybe just something to just cover us on that front. Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you. Just still within this section, page 122, at the very top, point 14.3, subsection I or 1. So this is just regarding borrowing money. It was brought up earlier by our independent person. I understand that once the authority sets itself up, it may not have the money straight away. It may need to sort of pay initial outgoings and things in terms of short-term borrowing. As far as I understand it, local authorities are not allowed to borrow for revenue spending purposes, only for capital purposes. I just want to understand the rules that are going to govern early day funding and the kind of the short-term borrowing requirements, how that's going to work. I'm not sure whether that's something that can be answered in this context.
Yeah, I'm going to say I'm looking quizzical because it's definitely outside my knowledge. I mean, these provisions are basically to ensure that if the key decision's been taken, these are consequential actions as a result of those key decisions. I would expect, and I'm perhaps being overly confident and kind, but I don't think I am, that if a key decision is coming to members which involves borrowing, it would be in the original report as an important point. You know, the report has to cover all relevant information, and I would expect a requirement to borrow money would be a relevant consideration for the combined authority in considering the original key decision. and these are just consequential actions. I'm sorry, I don't have the knowledge around how the finances are going to work. I do apologise.
Thank you very
So,
much.
can I, councillor Belly?
Thank you, Chair. I think that section 23 on rights of members need to know is very overly restrictive, and not entirely necessary. You know, it says that where a matter or document is confidential or exempt, members accessing it will have to sign an agreement to preserve its confidentiality, that sort of thing. And all that's already in the code of conduct. I wasn't sure what could possibly be in an extra agreement that wouldn't already be in the code of conduct about confidentiality. And instead of members having to demonstrate a need to know information, I think it should be the other way around. If officers want to withhold information from members, they should have to demonstrate why that's necessary. That's my personal view anyway. And I had a question about in this section, paragraph 23.5, where it says that where a member has made a request to access information that's been refused, there'll be a right of appeal to the relevant body. I was just wondering who the relevant body would be likely to be, and if that's not outlined in the Constitution, where would it be?
Yeah, I'll have a look at that. I mean, trying to think where I've done that in the past, and it's escaped me, because normally you've come to some sort of accommodation where you've provided information, albeit it might be slightly redacted, or but I'll have a think about that, where the right of appeal would lie.
Councillor Rose?
Yeah, I just wanted to support what councillor Melly said around the need to know thing, not just it's your personal opinion, but it was recently the voted decision of audit and governance for our council. So it is a York's council stance that it's not about need to know. Members should be able to access everything that they can't, that isn't withheld from them, because it helps them do their role as member better.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, because I'm looking at this and there will not be a need to know if a member is acting in bad faith. How do you tell? It's
usually fairly straightforward to tell.
Yeah.
You know, if a member is genuinely wanting information as part of their role, whether it's a ward role or a committee role, then to me it's relatively straightforward. If a member's just on a fishing expedition, and I know it's a meeting in public, but I'm being brutally honest, because there's something that they just want to get information on to use in an appropriate way, then again, it's generally fairly easy to spot that, and that would be bad faith. But 99% of the time, it's a member asking for information because they need to know the information based on a role they have within the organisation or a ward issue that they need to know that information for.
Sorry, I would just add, because this should, from my experience, this should relate to confidential information. So actually you have a right to get any other information other than that which is exempt in our terms. So you're entitled to that information if it's exempt and you sit on the committee. If you're not, and you're on another committee that's considering exempt information, etc., that you're not therefore entitled to, and you would have to demonstrate a need to know. Although I personally do think 23.3 is a little, it's all a bit unnecessary, that, because as Suzanne says, it's obvious whether there is a need to know or not. And there are certain caveats, councillor Melly, that are prescribed in law that demonstrate that you can demonstrate against to say you have a need to know. So need to know is a legal term. That's why it's used here, I suspect.
What I'd like to do is summarise what or seek members. Councillor Merritt, did you want to come in on that?
It was another point on the section.
Yeah.
Talked earlier about public speaking rights at the main authority. There is no section, equivalent section about agendas within this scrutiny section or of any public speaking rights.
Yeah.
So that needs to be separately taken.
Yeah. So if I can just run through some proposed recommendations in terms of the webcast of meetings. Which meetings are we saying we would expect to be webcasts? Combined authority meeting, overview and scrutiny, audit and governance, business committee.
And all subcommittee, it says all subcommittees should be publicly available. I don't think you should have to stroll into the office in Northallerton to be able to see what's going on in it.
So basically all meetings that members of the public would have a right to attend should be webcast as a matter of course.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they should all be held for longer than 6 months.
We're measuring ours in years, but on YouTube, they're effectively forever. That should be the principle.
Forever. Within reason.
Within storage capacity reasons,
Yeah.
etc.
Okay.
Our policy is 6 years.
Okay.
Because of the extent.
In terms of, sorry, councillor Steele-Walshaw.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to say something about the live webcasting, and if they have public participation, can there also be something in around people still being able to dial in? And for the sake of equalities as well, the webcast should be at least live captioned, so people are able to read them as they come in.
Yeah. So we can add it to our list of things we would like to see. There's no harm in that. In terms of picking up the point about public speaking, a public participation agenda item, again, that should be at every public meeting, and with the facility to attend remotely, as we do at this council.
And on that point,
Microphone.
No need to submit your speech beforehand.
So with no requirement to submit a text in advance. Description of what is contained in private papers. Yeah, councillor Bird.
But you'd need a register still, wouldn't you? To speak at a meeting.
Oh yeah, you would need to register
Yeah. How long, and we need to have a clause maybe so that people can't register too far in advance.
So you can register when the papers are published and no later than 5 PM on the 2 days before the date of the meeting. Just replicate what we do here, basically. A description of what's in any exempt papers, again, as we do here. The whole 10 working days thing, I personally think that's a bit of an unreasonable thing to start asking the combined authority to do something that we're not doing as an authority. To be honest, in terms of if we were in a position where we were doing that, I think we might be on slightly stronger ground. But I'm happy to be. I understand where you're coming from in terms of giving people time to digest and consider the information. Councillor Taylor.
I know we don't always do it, but we do, as a council, we try to do 10 working days, don't we? Or have I just got that wrong?
We've never been able to make 10 working days. We're good. We're not that good.
I don't know where I've got that. What about a week? 7 working days?
Fine. It is a standard. And I appreciate it is difficult if it's and I sit on a board and get 300 note pages, 5 working days before the meeting, and I'm as equally thrilled as you are when I get them. So I do understand the point you make.
I think there's absolutely no harm in saying we would want papers published as soon as is practicable in order for people to engage with the issue and contribute.
Chair, just to make the point, there is a forward plan which will be published. So members of the constituent authorities who don't sit on committees will be able to view the forward plan and see if there's anything that is particularly, as will the public, of particular interest. So there will be a forward plan in the same way as you have a forward plan in York and North Yorkshire.
Councillor Merritt.
Yeah. As Dawn will well know, I and other members, I was not a councillor. I was following quite a lot of the council stuff, and the current arrangements where you have publish 5 working days in advance and you have to give 2 days notice is not entirely helpful for people who have, at work, have busy week time agendas. Quite often those sorts of people will look to deal with papers at a weekend. And that means if a meeting lands on the Monday or Tuesday, you don't get the papers come out Monday or Tuesday of week 1. You get to look at them at the weekend and you're actually too late to register. And I know I'm not the only one who's had that problem. I think there is a case for a slightly longer advanced timescale. I think, Callum's right to raise the issue. Perhaps 7 working days in advance if you've got 2 days notice to give.
If we can maybe set a request the combined authority considers moving to a even more generous time allowance for papers to be published, but I know from experience that if you know what the legal deadline is, it's very difficult for officers to get into a different mindset due to the many competing demands on their time. They totally appreciate that. Bryn?
I think just, I suppose, to finally come around to the circle, if there was a question of the papers constitutionally had to be published 7 days ahead of time, and legally 5 days, and they were published 5 days ahead of time, whilst it may be a breach of the constitution, the decisions would not be challengeable and the meeting would not be unlawful. So potentially, laudable as it is, you're setting yourself up to fail in the first place. And I think, so to take your example, if a meeting is on a Monday, actually the papers have to be produced the Friday a week before, so you get 2 weekends for that. It's when you've got a meeting on a Tuesday that the papers will be published the Monday before that.
Can I suggest we put this in the kind of, it's something that we may want to return to, Councillor Douglas?
Yeah, sorry, just very quickly, the constitution could say a minimum of 5 working days, and then we could have local conversations about encouraging the combined authority to move to 7.
Yeah, it's certainly worth something exploring for the very good reasons that have been drawn out. Councillor Rose.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point in us solutioning the answer because this discussion needs to take place by the people who have control over the constitution. So us explaining these challenges is the best we can do.
Yeah.
I've got a separate point about meetings, which we've missed off the list of lists, which is, if that's okay, is we didn't talk about accessibility of venue as well. So particularly thinking about subcommittees being public meetings, but subcommittees might only be 5 people squirreled away at random with 1 week's notice, wherever it might be. I think having something in there around how accessible the public venue needs to be, as well as having that online element, is probably worth doing as well, if that's something we can recommend.
Yeah, so all meetings which are open to public must be held in accessible.
Yeah, physically and also hearing loops, all the usual things that we need if it's properly public.
Which I kind of would hope and expect there would be anyway, but there's no harm in putting it in here as well. Okay, where was I? Access to confidential information for members of committee and others. So Dawn explained the situation in terms of members of a committee. I think the point Councillor Melly was raising, I think, was in relation to all members of the constituent authorities having the right of access without having to demonstrate a need to know, or did I miss?
Well, no, just actually, when I read this paragraph, my first question was, what it says rights of members, but members isn't really defined anywhere. So actually, that was my first question. When it says rights of members need to know, is this saying that members of any constituent authority can access the information, or is it just talking about members of the
combined authority?
So if this paragraph, this section, rights of members need to know, only applies to members of the combined authority, 4 people, 5 people, I really disagree that officers should be withholding information unless members of the authority can demonstrate that they need to see it.
I guess
like who's in charge of the authority?
It's only confidential information.
Yes,
Not all information.
Yeah, I know, but
and members would
it's
include
confidential
members
from the
of
public.
committees. It would include members of committees.
Yeah, but usually that information is confidential from the public, not from members of the authority.
I think I'll bring Councillor Mason and Councillor Rose into, but Dawn, you're itching to say something.
Well, no, I'm not. Oh, sorry, I forgot my slide. And I can only respond from if it were this council and it were a constituent local authority, in terms of, I don't know whether the rules are any different for the combined authority, but if you are a member of Audit and Governance Committee and there is an exempt report on that committee, you are entitled to it as a member of that committee. If you are a member of Planning Committee, but not a member of Audit and Governance Committee, and you want to see that exempt report, you have to demonstrate a need to know. And I've assumed somewhere within that, Kin, is what they're referring to within this process. I understand your wider
So
ethical point.
could I
but you have to
respond,
then-
because
yeah.
this is a slightly awkward conversation to have in a public meeting, and I don't think it's necessary to have it here, but that is different from what the Audit and Governance Committee has been told. We've been told that if there's information on pink paper information that we want to see in this committee that we're not on, we can see it, unless there is a demonstrable reason why we shouldn't, which might happen sometimes. And so we're being told different things at different times, but I think that conversation doesn't have to be had in public.
Okay, councillor Mason, was that on the same point?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think in North Yorkshire, that their members can have access to any pink papers if they ask for them. So I think that would be the ideal way going forward for this committee to function, that any member could have copies of the papers unless there was a really specific reason why not.
Councillor Rose.
Yeah, I have a slightly different interpretation than you around the ANG thing, which is that we ask the question, can we make the decision as ANG to make sure everyone can read each other's pink papers, and as long as there's no reason that they can't, and that was when we got the advice that there was no lawful reason we couldn't make that decision, I think was how I interpreted that meeting. But either way, us and North Yorkshire seem aligned that we want everyone to have access. I think this is a different situation as well, because there are only 4 members and they are running all those committees. It's a distinction from where we've got people who are on one committee but on another committee, and the capitalised M implies that it's a member. I think that actually does need clearing up throughout the document, because sometimes when a lowercase.
Yeah. So I think councillor Douglas.
Yeah, I just want to raise something for us to think about. What councillor Mason said is true, that members in North Yorkshire can have access to pink papers if they ask for it, and no questions asked, pretty much. So I wouldn't want us to end up in a situation where there's a different process going on in North Yorkshire to York over the combined authority. So we have to find a way that works for everybody.
Yeah, and probably not going to resolve it here, but I think in my mind, I think where I'm unclear is what rights members of the constituent authorities would have who are not members of the combined authority, capital M. I think that's the area that
Yeah, I think that's the area that's more challenging. I have to say, from my experience in other councils, members have been entitled to excluded papers quite freely, provided, and the big proviso that is if it's dealing with a staffing matter, and then that's different. But generally speaking, commercial confidentiality and stuff and things like that, as long as I keep it confidential. And I've had some interesting conversations with whips over the years about what will happen if it's not kept confidential, because it's not really very helpful taking it to standards, but it does create a problem in terms of getting officers to be enthusiastic about sharing that kind of information. I think the issue that is not addressed, because this constitution deals with members of the combined authority and its committees, so it would include scrutiny committee members and audit and governance committee members, is the extent to which that type of information would be available to non-members but members of constituent authorities, and that's not been considered. I'll be honest with you, it's not something we've thought about.
And I think perhaps the references here on sort of need to know kind of run counter to what the practice appears to be in North Yorkshire, and one that perhaps we're aiming to replicate in York. I think it's that bit that kind of jarred a bit and didn't quite make sense. Councillor Rose.
Yeah, I think if we run off the principle that the 4 members have access to all of the information, excluding, for example, if there's a complaint about them, there's papers about that, whatever, and the 30+ people who aren't them have access to relatively limited public information outside of their own committee. If we write it in that way, I think there's no problem. I think the problem we've got here is a bunch of prescriptivist stuff. If we can't trust those 4 members to not have malicious intent, good luck to the entirety of the authority. So that's how I personally do it.
Yeah, no, I think that is that helpful, Suzanne, in terms of what you think we would like to see. Okay. Is there anything? I think I've captured all the main recommendations, because that was important that we did get through that. Councillor Taylor.
Just a quick clarification, Chair. That point I raised about minutes and approving minutes, is that just being treated as a thing that needs clearing up in the draft rather than a recommendation?
I think it was
I think we understand it is to me, and I'll you know, be guided by conversations with colleagues, but I absolutely take the point that the minutes of meetings should be approved by those committees. They can be reported through, and you can use words like ratified or whatever. And I've seen lots of councils who have oodles of minutes from the committees, you know, published with their papers and reported to. I'm not sure that's terribly necessary, and because in the age where you can access things online, if you want to read the minutes of a committee, you can go and read them. So I'll look at it, because I do take the point they cannot possibly approve the minutes of a meeting that they didn't attend. Because you can't approve something when you weren't there to, you know, to attend. So we'll pick that up,
But even if one person on that main combined authority meeting was at the committee whose minutes are being judged, that still wouldn't be acceptable. It needs to be the committee approving.
I think we take the point. I don't think it makes sense to do it that way, and it doesn't seem the appropriate way to deal with minutes. They should be approved by the committee at the next meeting in the normal way.
Councillor Mason, was that on a similar point? Different point? Go ahead.
I'm presuming we're going to close in a minute and not get to the rest of it. So I just had one quick observation to make on another section, if you're going to invite any of those comments.
So are we done with part 5? Thank you. Part 6, 7, 8 and 9, although 9 is kind of empty for the time being. I don't think we're going to have time to do justice to those unless there's absolute showstoppers in any of those sections that people think we absolutely need to refer to, and where appropriate come up with a recommendation on. Councillor Merritt mentioned members' allowances, so we'll pick up on that. And I'll allow you to raise what you want to raise, but ask any of the members to think of any show-stopping, and I use the word deliberately, issues that we absolutely need to air now, so that at the meeting next week, Councillor Douglas is aware of them. Councillor Mason.
Showstopper. I'm not sure what section it was on, but page 189, gifts and hospitality. The limit was £100, which seems really high. I think we have £25 in York. So I don't know what North Yorkshire do, but it just felt significantly high. And I suppose the only thing linked to that was then the opposite of what was classed as unacceptable. And I think it said theatre tickets. I just thought, you know, if a community group invite the mayor to come and watch a production or something, that feels acceptable. So maybe that was a poor example. I don't know.
So the £100 gift and hospitality limit, is that something we've lifted from another authority?
I think it's a reflection that we don't think you can be easily bribed. Easily bribed. I mean, it has increased in a number of other authorities, but it is a matter for yourselves and to recommend, and for the combined authority to agree what the appropriate level is. It needs to be a level where you're only having to report in things that are of significance. And I suppose it's a reflection on inflation, that you can go somewhere and technically, if you went with a partner, you could have, you know, £60 or £70 of hospitality, and it's not really that, you know, in some places that's 2 drinks. If you go to Leeds and you're having cocktails, Councillor Waller. So it's trying to lighten the mood a bit. It is a matter for yourselves, but it is to be set at a level that, and it's, you know, being absolutely serious, we've got to remember the members of the public out there. What would the public expect you to register and report?
I think we lowered it in York from 50 to 25. so we've got the opposite to every other council. So I think 25.
Ever has that been York?
I don't know what the sense of members is, but £100 does seem quite high.
Perhaps need to look at what North Yorkshire do and see whether there's some compromise there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know in other kind of workplaces, 25 is normally a fairly kind of standard threshold. So I don't know if members have any alternative suggestions. Councillor Whitcroft, did you have?
No, I was just going to say, if we look at what North Yorkshire does, and maybe find an average, but I agree, 100's too high, and I think 25 has always felt like the right limit in York.
So maybe have a look at it and just see, where that figure might come.
And joking apart, and sorry for the levity, it is important that the public have confidence that members are registering and reporting and anything that they ought to, shall we say.
Yeah, councillor Rose.
Just one thing to note on that is the £100 is then repeated a lot on pages 195 onwards. The £50,000 is also repeated elsewhere. So for the purposes of the public, if there's anyone still alive watching this, then everything that we're talking about probably needs updating in a few places.
Okay. So before we come to members' allowances, are there any other show-stopping issues that people think we have to raise now? I'm sure we will have, and I think we must have the opportunity to look in more detail at some of the other sections. And we've got till May before the mayor arrives, so we do have a bit of time to maybe spend more time on some of the financial procedure elements, but we wouldn't do it justice tonight, half asleep.
Chair, if I can assist, I can assure you, give assurance to both members of both committees that your Chief Finance Officer has been through the financial and contract procedure rules and checked them and made comments which have been incorporated into the drafting.
Yeah, no, that is helpful to know. Councillor Merritt, members' allowances.
Well, as I say,
I think there is an issue. I mean, particularly if there's only a single scrutiny committee, it's going to have a pretty intense work programme. The reality is a lot of councillors, work full time. If they're doing scrutiny committees on top of their ordinary council committees, it's a significant additional burden. And properly, we've got to make sure people aren't out of pocket as a result of this. So I think it is quite important if, that some way of ensuring that allowances are paid is looked at.
Okay, in terms of where the decision rests for determining whether either members of the Overview, Scrutiny and Audit and Governance Committees are, and members of the Combined Authority, if there's any kind of remuneration, where does that decision sit?
It's a bit of a challenging one. The audit does say it's limited as to who can receive an allowance. There is, of course, it is always possible for the individual constituent authorities to pay allowances, but appreciate that their budgets may not facilitate that. It's something we are looking at and considering, but we need to be mindful of the terms of the order. But looking at what's perhaps done in other places and understanding how that is done in other places is also worth consideration, shall we say.
Okay, I'd Councillor Whitcroft, then Councillor Melly.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I appreciate Councillor Merritt's point, but we've all got an obvious interest there. So as members, so I think maybe going through the usual pay review boards and that sort of process, if we could hand it over to someone independent, I think would be better than us discussing it.
Yeah, if I can assist, apologies, I should have said that part of the process that's been undertaken as soon as is to set up an independent remuneration panel to consider these matters. And I do apologise to members, I should have made that clear at the outset. It's not when you said where the decision lies, yes, it's a decision of the authorities, but on advice from in the normal
Which
way.
is how it would work.
I do apologise for not making that clear.
Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to say that we've gone through this constitution and looked at the quoracy levels for all the committees without knowing information like if there would be remuneration. And we're not reinventing the wheel. We're not the first region to have devolution, and we know the experiences of other local areas where there is an allowance for sitting on things like scrutiny committees, and even then the democratic services officers have to go to quite a lot of effort to get enough people at a meeting for it to be able to go ahead, and often that work is in vain. They put a lot of effort into trying to get people to attend meetings and still not enough people turn up, and that's even when there is remuneration for the committee members. So maybe once we know more about what allowances will be available, the quoracy levels might need to be looked at again. And maybe we can't put a very firm kind of stamp of approval on what's currently in the constitution until we have that information.
Yeah. Councillor Steels-Walshaw.
Thank you. I just Without remuneration, I just think you need to be aware and it to be a point of who would be able to do it in the eyes of equal panels and people who are maybe in less financially secure positions being able to do it, and people with other responsibilities.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Healy.
Sorry, question for Claire, actually. We're currently going through a remuneration exercise at the moment, independent remuneration exercise. Are they taking into account that next year and in future that this council may have to be creating allowances for people to sit on?
The commitment, what the independent remuneration panel have said to me is that they're aware that the combined authority is coming, and we will need to keep an eye on how that impacts councillors' workloads and consider that. So that's as time goes on.
Yeah, so that's a future thing. Councillor Mason.
This might be a one time where the police and crime panel is a useful example, because obviously they had allowances for members that was assessed, I think, by North Yorkshire's panel, but applied to everybody. And then certain constituent authorities would decide whether or not to pay them based on an independent review. But certainly the chair and vice chair were paid centrally from a central pot that everyone contributed to.
Okay, so what I take from that, it's a sort of a live issue. But I think it's yeah, it's right that it's raised and members have some sense of it's not just a case of no, that it's not even something that will be considered. It, you know, because as has been pointed out, it could have an impact on who actually takes part in some of this important work if people are, you know, excluded for financial reasons. Councillor Burton.
Could I just ask where meetings will take place? And has that been considered about travel to and from, or whether they could be remote still or online? Because of the maybe longer distances expected.
Yeah, a good question. I mean, I know I'm guessing the same rules will apply for combined authority meetings as do for local authority meetings, in that, you know, we can't meet remotely other than, I think, for licensing. Don't know if that's still a thing.
Yes.
So I think the requirement would still be for in person, and I'm guessing they would look to alternate or move around the region to so as not to particularly disadvantage any sort of councillors from a geographical area. But it's a big patch, and it's not going to be easy, you know, which again feeds into the point about members' allowances, I guess. I don't know if Susanna, you want to respond.
Yeah, there seems to be a commitment to not just meeting in one place. I think also we have to take on board the points made earlier about accessibility and how accessible buildings are for meetings. Irrespective of what the issue is around allowances to member, expenses, travel and subsistence are paid to members to reflect the fact that, you know, they are going to have to travel, and there will be a cost to members of committees to travel to meetings. So that's not an issue as such. So yes, every conversation I've been involved with, and your leader, I'm sure, would confirm that there's been a commitment to sharing the load in terms of where meetings take place.
Thank you. Are there any other show-stopping issues that we have to raise now? Otherwise we'll have missed our opportunity. But yeah, I'm reassured by Suzanne's comment that we will have other opportunities to discuss this document as it evolves. Thank you, members, for the preparation that's obviously gone into the discussion we've had. I'm sure we've all had interesting weekends ploughing through a lot of this material. Thank you to officers from City of York and North Yorkshire for your attendance and your contribution. It's much appreciated.
I'm just hoping there's something to warm up when I get home.
Yeah.
About nearly 11 o'clock, I think. Just to be clear though, I'm mindful of the meeting on Monday and that you will want your comments feeding in. Sorry, Donna, are your team going to produce a list of issues that you would want the
I'm gonna,
Combined authority to consider on Monday. I'm just making sure that we
We will be
capture.
producing a formal minute by.
No, no, but I'm mindful that we need to make sure that, you know, you've
Yeah.
spent a lot of time and energy here. It's really important that we make sure
I'll-
that the combined authority has a sight of the issues that.
I'll write something up. I might do start tonight, I get up. Share with Dawn to make sure we've captured everything. Share with members of the committee to make sure I haven't misinterpreted anything. And give councillor Douglas and yourself, make sure you're copied in so you're cited on all of that. Okay, there's no urgent business. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just saying I'm happy to present those. I just need, when I present the report, to say that you've met, these are the concerns you raised, these are the issues you want to consider. So it would be helpful to have something to circulate. That's.
Yeah, that's fine. So there'd be no urgent business. Thank you, members, for your time, and enjoy the rest of your evening.